Oh, stretchies. Stretch. I feel. My goodness. There we go. Oh, shit. Oh, that's fall. Cool. All right. I'll get Tokyo 2 going. Oh, my God. Oh, goodness. Work be blowing his foot today. Hey. Ay. Dogger Trump's word salad MC. When is he not doing a word salad? Kind of curious about what Kamal's word salad is going to be about this whole fucking, thing about U.S. troops going into, like, Israel and joining them up with them, on this whole, like, border incursion going on. It's going to be our October surprise. Oh, boy. Because I don't know if you've been reading up about some of that shit, but, like, some of the things that Kyle's been reporting on about that, it's just been fucking egregious. Really fucking absurd. I was remembering the other night you were mentioning this, like, I have my, fucking, like, red line kind of shit, and frankly, that red line might be hit. Just saying. That's why for me, I was always pretty consistent. Might as well give President Trump if the US goes to war with Hezbollah. Yeah. I mean, because frankly, and like blue MAGA, like these blue anon MAGA lib types and shit, like the liberal MAGA types, whatever the fuck, blue, like the blue Democrat MAGA. Dude, they're fucking insane. Like, oh, well, Trump to be worth. Oh, like, that's supposed to be great. It's like pro-genocide administration, where it's like, oh, that's unfortunate. So sad. It's because they're stationed right now. Well, yeah, they're, slowly but surely moving them over there. I mean, obviously, it's going to take a while for the actual troops to get there. But the fact that they're being deployed over there just shows that, I think, the military-industrial complex and Israel, frankly, needs, have this need of like, well, let's get the young bucks with their own war. Let's get some of these older zoomies and fucking, younger millennials in the action. Because there's already a bunch of battalions that were in Gaza that have already been, like, removed in Israel, at least, over to the border in Lebanon. And conveniently enough, they're literally are using the exact same excuses, that they were doing in Gaza. And doing the exact same tactics, too. It's as if Hamas wasn't actually a major fucking significant threat like, Israel claims they are. Same with Hezbollah, too. Because the majority of the fucking attacks have been basically just been in Lebanon and Beirut. Like, I mean, it's just fucking absurd. The dynamic of this is just so insane, dude. You think Harris would be smart enough to pull this? It's like she doesn't care if she thinks she can pull a fast one. I mean, she's like, for all intents and purposes, it's like neck and neck. And honestly, a lot of these, Palestinian Americans and Muslims and, a lot of other lefties like me that are the very few that do exist that are staunchly anti-war, are going to ultimately be blamed and be like, well, you just, voted for Trump and shit. Which, funny enough, I heard Kevin Sorbo made a tweet saying, oh, if you don't vote, you just vote for Harris. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to take that every time. I'm going to use that, every time these, like, blue MAGA, blue anon types want to freak out, be like, oh, what, you just want to give Trump? It's like, what? It's, like I could say not voting is giving one to Harris. Doesn't matter. It's like, fuck. I mean, that part really annoys the shit out of me. Especially if it's like, I'm voting, but I'm just voting third party or something like that. And they will just go fucking extra belligerent. It's like, oh, those third parties basically are just for the other side. even though the Republicans basically say the same fucking thing. You know, since we're on a topic, well, no, another thing I hate about like a lot of these like blue non-liberal types and shit is this sense of like, what was it? Fucking like, fuck, I literally just had it in my head. What the fuck? What was it? I literally just had it in my fucking head. God damn it. It'll come back to me in a second. But, I mean, like, oh, I remember. It's like this whole thing about, like, you know, like this position of, like, basically being, you know, in a kerfluffle, you know, to their own, like, you know, too much to the point where they will go into an ultimate extreme about, like, you know, how Trump's going to be, to the point they'll literally start talking about, like, oh, death camps are coming back, blah, 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 and all this other shit. Well, not coming back, but, you know, it's going to establish the camps. It's going to fucking, like, round, you know, people up and shit. And it's like, man, I get that Trump's a piece of fucking shit and a worthless turd in every way, shape, and form, as far as I care, shitting his pants and being incoherent like a fucking lunatic. But just with that alone, you think that fucker is going to be competent enough to do that? You know what I mean? It's like, it's just hyperbolic fear-mongering nonsense. And frankly, both parties would prefer that. They'd rather you be freaked out and scared over shit like that instead of actually doing it. You really think, you know, the corporate interests would actually have an interest in, like, setting up, like, fucking America Birkenau in, like, Colorado or something? Like, give me a break, bro. You know what? We already got that shit. It's called a prison. It's called a prison industrial complex. I mean, we already got that shit. I mean, if you want to talk about camps, talk about the ones that already exist, which have been around for decades and generations, you know? It's like, come on. At least, you know, the whole, like, fucking labor aspect of things, you know, basically using prisoners for just fucking chattel slavery in most cases. So, I mean, you know, if you want to start talking about some fucking camps, start talking about that shit. But none of them ever will. If anything, they'll just say, oh, we just need to reform that stuff. It's like, bitch, it's like you don't really give a fuck about, like, these type of things. They're just using it as a fucking talking point to just, like, scare people into compliance. At least for me, I see through it. I guess some people generally get kind of freaked out about Trump and shit. Hell, I got mine for fucking worries and fears, sure. But we've been for 4 years that motherfucker, and that was when he was a little bit more competent. Like, at this point, he's just gone. And frankly, do you think that motherfucker will last the full term? Well, I guess he did last time, but this time around? Dude, that motherfucker's barely got like 2 or 3 years on him. I mean, it's just like that right there to me. It's just like shows that even like with his own, like, you know, campaign, it's just basically kind of like just incompetent, delusional, and out of touch reality. Especially with like Laura Loomer being in his ear and shit and fucking her probably and all that shit. Like, you know, she's getting some of that mushroom Trump dick. See, like, oh, I can't even get over that, honestly. Like, Jesus Christ, man. She's already, like, you know, a MAGA cultist, like, through and through, but she, like, worked her way to the point where she's, like, fucking the God Emperor herself. At least that's what she thinks. Like, she is fucking quacky. And frankly, I got to give her props. She is kind of, like, you know, leading to one of the, you know, like, the biggest flop of a campaign when not even a couple months ago, he almost had a fucking mandate practically. At least when Biden was still around. Literally, like, all that shit, Biden dropping out stuff, threw, like, a lot of wrenches into Trump's campaign, ultimately. You know, because, like, I bet that whole J.D. Vance pick was probably, you know, wasn't necessarily just a last-second pick, but, you know, probably just kind of like a throwaway name because he didn't really need to have, like, a VP, technically, you know, at least with Biden. Because, you know, a lot of people legit thought, at least, you know, during July up until Biden dropped out, like that, you know, people thought, oh, yeah, well, He just pretty much solidified, the fucking win. It would have been ultimate, like, fucking slam dunk landslide? No, but he would have solidified it at least at that point. Now it's just a straight fucking coin toss, and that in itself is fucking ridiculous. And I know, like, those, blue MAGA types, don't like to hear it. Those libs don't like to hear it, but hey, it's on their asses to fucking, fix that type of shit and actually address that instead of, like, critiquing the left of them. Because they seem to love to do that a lot. They never ever want to critique Republicans that much outside of, like, ooh, they're oogly booglies. Which, yeah, sure. But when it comes to, like, the brass tacks of shit, like, what actually impacts fucking people when it comes to, like, their fucking dollar, the bills and shit, like, neither party's addressing that shit. Dems might be more hands off on fucking you about it because they're, well, let a union be a thing, and maybe you might get a Democrat politician. I'll go to a rally or go to a fucking picket. I mean, it's just like, ultimately, it's one of those things where it's just like, I mean, you can honestly scream to the sun about, like, oh, well, the Democrats, though. It's like, it's not like I don't know this shit. That's not the point. The point is that they should be better about this. Like, there was a fucking foundation that FDR left, for the Democratic Party practically. And they basically just crumbled that and threw it away, for, like, after, Truman got into power. And then it wasn't until, like, LBJ that really actually kind of, like, brought at least some of it back. And in fact, I actually wanted to expand some of that shit, weirdly enough. I mean, if you learn about LBJ, and his administration, all in all, outside of, like, Civil Rights Act and everything else and the war, like, weirdly enough, he's genuinely kind of a mixed bag. He's done some pretty decent stuff outside of civil rights and shit. And, and honestly, I think he made the smart choice to step down because of the Vietnam War at that time. And, he did that back in fucking March of that election year. And honestly, Biden should have done that in the first place. He could have, been kind of like a LBJ of our time, because it's not like every tiny little fuck thing about Biden's administration is utter shit. But fuck, it is overshadowed by all the fucking problems, that have led up to this point, basically. I mean, it's not just his administration, but holy shit, dude. Like, I mean, he could have just stepped down and basically just kind of let Kamala for this year just kind of take the reins a little bit or some shit. Because he's not even really a president at this point. Like, he stepped down from running, but might as well step down from being president entirely, because, like, fucking hell, bro. Like, I mean, he's not even there as a president. Like, Kamala could have easily just swept in. I bet if, like, back in March or some shit or whatever the fuck, like, it was, Biden stepped down then or some shit or whatever the fuck. Then I think that would have been more impactful and better overall, not just for that reason, but then Kamala would have time to act as a acting president, as a vice president. Because vice presidents do have power. I don't understand why people think they don't. Like, they about have as much power as the president grants them, basically. That's the whole point of a VP, is basically be the backup. Like, that's kind of the point of it. So make that position act like that, right? I mean, and Biden stepping down, and just maybe not even as a full-on president, at least even ceremonially, that would be way fucking better. Just let Kamala just take the reins, because then she would actually kind of be taking charge a little bit. She would have some time to maybe force some legislation through. Fucking, maybe, like, do some acting shit as a, president to, or, like, do things as acting vice president within her power, outside of the limits of VP that are in there. I mean, she could do a lot of shit, straight up. It's not like she's powerless. I mean, she basically got her way to the top, like, here, today, basically, by just, like, not really getting a vote. Outside of, like, 2020, I guess, if you count that. But for all intents and purposes, like, she got her way up to where she is now just on sheer power of, just fucking cutthroat politics. And in a weird way, I do like that. But I just don't trust her, specifically. I was even listening to a Kyle video about, like, Sean O'Brien, or whatever, like, and even Kyle's being kind of like, well, I agree with, like, what he's doing, but I just don't like, how he's doing it. And frankly, he's just kind of a weasel butt. And I'm sitting there kind of like, thinking in my head, why are there so many people that just straight fucking hate him just because he had a speech at the RNC? It's like, I get it. Like, that doesn't necessarily look good. And I don't even necessarily agree with, just doing that. But the reason why he didn't show up to DNC, because the DNC never invited him. Like, he could have, been like, hey, I'll come here, but if I do, I'm going to make sure DNC invites me too. I want to, like, make sure I spread this message nonpartisanly. Because he could have made a very similar speech, at the DNC, and I think if that was the case, I don't think he'd be in such hot water, but, because I get what his strategy is trying to do. It's like doing contact theory about labor union politics to blue-collar Republican types, and maybe some more libertarian kind of like economic populist Republican politician types. Even there, despite that, are not pro-union anyway. But I kind of get what he's trying to do. But he shouldn't be focusing on, like, the politician aspect of things, or going to the RNC specifically and shit. He should be going to, like, blue collar shit. Maybe, like, some state political shit, sure. But, like, I get what, his whole tactics are. I don't necessarily agree with how he's going about it completely. But I get it, and I agree with that. And it's like, and I don't get why people just want to fucking, like, throw him under the bus, say, fuck him. He's a scab, he's this and that. Just because he did one speech, basically. It's like, dude, I mean, Shawn Fain's wasn't even that better either, technically, if we want to really critique everything about this shit. I mean, Shawn Fain had a decent speech, too. I thought both of them had fairly all right speeches. And honestly, I think the Dems could have, played, an extra flex card by having two union guys up there. The double Shawn power fucking thing. Have both Shawns up there. Like, have Shawn O'Brien speak one day and have, Shawn Fain speak another day. Boom. That would be a flex, because, like, I get, having your own, union dude with, Fain and shit. But if you want to extra flex it, have that same guy that spoke at the RNC be there too. Be like, hey, I'm over here too. Do you think, I was, over at the RNC because I like you guys? No, I'm not doing it for you, motherfuckers. Nor am I doing it for them. But I'm out here making my case, and I hope people hear it. And that's ultimately what he's trying to do. And fuck, I mean, if that means you're like, scab piece of shit or a class traitor or whatever, then what the fuck, bro? Like, the whole point of labor politics is to just transcend and ascend from electoral politics. Because politician ain't your fucking friend. I mean, like, that should be fucking known. And granted, this is the part where I do disagree with Brian a little bit. I think he's, a little too soft-belly about, like, politicians a little bit. Hence why he goes, how he went to the RNC, and how Shawn Fain, and him too a little bit. Trusting politicians and going to their fucking things, going to their electoralistic fucking shit. I don't really completely agree with that, but I like that they're at least, making their fucking case. That's all I care about. I don't really care about the platform. I can critique that part all I want. But it's just like, if they're making the fucking case for labor and shit, then fuck, that's good. Like, to me, that's kind of hard to critique. You could critique about, it's like you could critique about how they do that. And I do. I am doing it, but it's like, fucking Christ. Like, I mean, people just want to, like, look at the venue and just say, eh. It's like, fucking Christ, bro. I don't get that. It's like, if you want to try to, like, galvanize, labor power, you have to fucking, like, reach it across the aisle a little bit. Because not every fucking, union dude is like some lefty, progressive, social democrat, lib or whatever. A lot of them are straight up conservative leaning blue collar types and shit. Like, just much they're blue collar lefties like me. Like, they're, for every one of me, there's at least probably one or two fucking blue collar conservative leaning motherfuckers. And just on the virtue of, maybe one party being more pro labor than the other, they might vote down ballot Democrat. And this does happen a lot, where you'll get people voting down ballot Dem, but when it comes to president, they might vote Trump, or they might vote for the Republican, whoever that might be. That's not like that's a weird, unusual thing. That happens a lot. And the main reason is because a lot of those, like, local Democrat Party members will go to, like, union rallies and shit, go to, like, a Teamsters meeting or something, shit like that. Actually talk to them a little bit. It's like, in places like in Oregon, California, that happens a lot. Like, even with, like, on the opposite side of the spectrum, too, to an extent. Like, Lori DeRaymer and, like, the Republicans around here, they're being kind of very fucking crafty about reaching, to people, especially on the moderate, like, lib side of things. They are very fucking crafty right now. Like, they're trying to the Republicans here in Oregon are trying to do a weird thing with IVF and saying, oh, well, we support IVF. And they're trying to push their own bill, through Oregon legislator to be like, oh, we support it. See, we're doing something to protect it further. And it's like, we're in Oregon for one. Like, abortion / women's rights and reproductive rights protections are pretty much as bad as lib as it could get for the most part. Like, it's one of those things where it's just disingenuous. It's just like basically a way to be like, see, we're good. And if anything, I did a surface glance on what they're trying to push. It does restrict IVF and shit like that a little bit. Like, it's like they're fine with it, but they want to restrict the fuck out of it. It's like, you're not okay with it. You're just trying to pretend that you are and trying to soften, at least, like, we're not like the national Republicans. It's like, fuck you. Yeah, you are. Like, Laura Deramer is like literally, a Trump-like candidate. Like, she is a very big MAGA Trump person. And she's my congresswoman. And the fuck you money that she's got in her campaign spreading some weird, wild shit about Janelle Bynum is pretty fucking really weird. Like, they're trying to, cherry pick random quotes of her saying that she's okay with, like, child rapists and shit, which is beyond fucking retardedly untrue. But, trying to do that, be like, oh, she's okay with rehabilitating predators and this and that, blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, you're cherry picking literally everything she's fucking saying. It'll be like, I think, predators, ... And then it'll be like another quote later down the line where it's like, and that's why rehabilitation is very important because, like, we should always value human life and blah, 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 regardless of how heinous the crime is or some shit. And it's like, I guarantee you there's a gigantic, like, paragraph of caveats, that they just snipped out to cherry pick it to make it look like a fucking horrible, egregious fucking comment. Like, because I looked up some of the quotes that, were cherry picked in these stupid little political flyers I get in the mail, and most of them are just fucking bullshit. But I gotta do diligence to be like, all right, Janelle Bynum, quote, blah, blah, blah. I look up a quick quote. I'll find something, usually most of the time, and at 99% of the time, it's always bullshit. Every time. So, there are crafty fucking weasels up here in Oregon. Like, the Republicans up here are a little bit more smarter than the average Republican Joe. Like, they're way more weaselly and crafty about shit. They tend to hide a lot of their extremism to their chest. They really kind of hold it close here because they know they can't just be full-on Republican fucking, like, fuck women, fuck blacks and immigrants. Like, they can't just go all the way with that. Like, they have to hold a lot of that close to their chest here. And even then, some of them don't give a shit. They just act like liberals and, pretend to just call it something else, even though it's just a lot of dog whistling. Yeah, this is why I just like give such like a major, focus towards labor when it comes to shit like this, because it just kind of grinds my fucking gears that like things are just so heavily hyper like focused towards electoral politics when so much of that shit doesn't really mean as much as people fucking think. It does have value and it has its place, but oh my god, the fact that people just like constantly just focus with that shit as if it like their life goddamn depends on it, and every election is like the most important election of our lifetimes kind of shit. Which, funny enough, there are compilation videos where you can go back to like the fucking 60s of politicians and presidents saying shit. Just like that, every election cycle practically. It's like you can always find a presidential candidate saying, this is the most important election of our lifetimes. They do it every fucking cycle. Every time. You know what? Maybe there's truth to it. Maybe there isn't. But either way, it's like, if that's the case where pretty much every single time it's, called out, it's like, this is the most important election. It's like, is it then? Is it really? Because at that point, because like every election is obviously important. duh. But is it like the most important of the lifetime of like every human being? No. I guarantee you they say the same exact shit and all these other elections happen in other countries. You know, it's like, this is the most important election because we can't allow that commie bastard or that fascist. You know, like, it's just a common scare tactic. Like I was saying from earlier about like, oh, Trump's going to set the camps up and shit. It's like, it's just hyperbole. It's just what it is. It's fear-mongering hyperbole to galvanize people into one side or the other when it comes to this type of shit. That's how the duopoly works. And meanwhile, both sides run away with the money bags. It's just that one side won't fuck you as hard because they want to at least, you know, have a perception of difference, at least when it comes to the shit that ultimately matters, because there, you know, isn't a difference with the shit that ultimately matters. Because I think a lot of things like social rights, you know, social justice, you know, economic justice, you know, cultural justice even, I think, you know, like, I think a lot of this, you know, falls into place, you know, over time and, you know, can prosper further, you know, when people have more money in their pocket, when, you know, their labor is actualized further and, you know, they have more power in their own workplace and shit. Because if they got more power there, then they got more power in their own fucking, you know, paycheck and shit, and thus got more power at their own home or, you know, and in their own life. And with that in mind, it's like, you know, a lot of this other shit eventually will, you know, kind of fall in place. Not like just, you know, mysteriously where it's like, boop, boop, just all aligns, but the struggle for, you know, the advocacy of that shit isn't as hard. Because you got like your money, you got some means, you got an ability to, you know, you have some money to say, hey, if I can't really get access to certain things that I need here, like let's say like, you know, transition, you know, stuff, if you're a trans person, like you need, you know, some transition, you know, therapy and surgery, stuff like that. You know, maybe the area that you live in doesn't offer that. You know, then you got some money and got some time to where maybe you can spend a weekend, you know, in the next state across, you know, where they do have access to shit like that. And, you know, take some time to do that, you know, because you can take some time off. You got a little bit of savings in, you know, in your pocket and shit, you know, you can afford it. Most people, you know, take that example aside, most people can't afford shit like that. Most people can't afford a $600 emergency. I'm sure that number's dropped even more, you know, since, because I remember back in like 2016, you know, it used to be people can't afford $1,000 emergency. And then like post 2020, now it's 600. And it's probably lower now. I sure as shit can't afford a $600 emergency. Yeah, so for Minneapolis, since I can't really walk right now, I'm going to wait until the week before to figure out what to do. Well, if you want my, you know, thoughts on it, I would say that I think he would be all right, you know, to kind of walk around and stuff. I think worst case scenario, maybe after the show, we'll probably want to grab a lift for him, maybe. And maybe on one of the days that we're just exploring in Minneapolis, maybe we can find like a really nice little hub to where we can just walk around like a couple blocks and check some shit out. Like we before, I'm going to cancel unless Tyler wants us to go alone because I don't want to ditch. Yeah, I don't want to ditch him either. I mean, that's why I just stay committed to the show with Sepultura, you know, when him and I were going, because one, he had the tickets anyway, and two, he was kind of the one that set all that up. So I had to, like, you know, commit with that, you know. But you know what? I loved it. It was a fun adventure, and frankly, you know, I know that was Tyler's first time doing an all-nighter in Seattle, but I was telling him my experience when I was by myself out there. Frankly, him and I doing it, despite the bullshit, was fundamentally fucking better as an all-nighter hanging out there in Seattle, squatting. You know, so ultimately, you know, for him, I would just say, like, dude, you know, I get, especially for him financially, it's a little bit of a, you know, like a little bit of a fucking ass, you know, for him. I get that, but I think given enough time, you know, him and I especially will be like, dude, we fucking did that shit, and ultimately, it was fucking awesome. Like, I don't regret that shit at all. You know, we did it, and he fucking was doing it on crutches and shit, dude. Like, I was generally pretty surprised with him, like, you know, because, you know, when we first got there, it's like, you know, hey, let's take some breaks and shit. Weirdly enough, after the show and stuff, he was like, yo, I'm kind of being able to walk around a little bit. I could kind of do it, you know? It's like, I can actually use my leg a little bit. I just can't bend it and put a lot of weight right now, but I can kind of use it. I could kind of like hustle a little more. And after the show and all that, weirdly enough, yeah, like when I got back to Portland, like he was actually kind of a little bit more, mobile, weirdly enough. Like, I don't know what it was. Maybe it was just because most of the show he was just kind of sitting down and chilling. Plus, we have standing only tickets that doesn't have access to chairs. Ooh, fuck, you are right. Dude, oh, fuck, yeah. Oh, dude, you were actually kind of right on that, man. Well, shit, look, I know we got it like, what, 3 weeks? So I'll wait until a week before to decide. Yeah, I get that for sure. I'm just kind of letting you know how he was doing, at least for, in Seattle for Monday. Like that was like 6 days after you guys like fucked up. And then, he seemed like he was doing pretty good, like, I mean, given the circumstances being a week into recovery, I'd probably do it. As far as I'm concerned, he was doing better than I probably would have. Because if that happened to me, I probably would have been like, man, I don't know if I could do it, bro. I probably would have been like that. I probably would have bitched out, frankly, if it was me. But he fucking pushed through. In fact, actually told me near the end of Sepultra's set, he actually got up and went on the edge of the pit. And because he really wanted to mosh, but he knew he couldn't. So he just wanted to kind of hang out near the edge. And it got bumped a little bit. And he said that was like an exhilarating rush. It didn't hurt him or nothing. He just like, it was just kind of happy to kind of stand over there for a little bit, and then he went back over and sat down. I was like, you know what? I think he'll recover all right, as long as, maybe have an ibuprofen or something. Maybe that. Maybe, say, hey, let's, see if you can have like a couple ibuprofens, with, his medication, save a few. And maybe for the show, have like 1 or 2 before, we actually go to the venue. That maybe, I don't know. We'll see how it feels, once we kind of lead up to that, right? But if sounds good, I'll go get the Hill Till. If not, I'm canceling. I want that cancellation. I'm gonna, you know what? I'll pressure Tyler, man. I will a little bit. And be like, yo, bro, we can do it. Don't disappoint me, my man. Because, dude, I was actually talking to my coworker, Kyler, Marcus's friend, too. I was talking to him. It's like, yo, you're going to see I Mayor in October? I'm like, actually, I'm going to Minneapolis tonight. He's like, what? And he got, standing pit tickets and all this shit. And I was like, I've been kind of talking up. So it's like, fuck. Man, I don't want to ditch Tyler. I get it. Maybe, I don't know. We is there a possibility for a backup, maybe, just in case? I mean, like I said, I don't want to fuck him over, obviously, unless he can maybe see them in Tacoma or wherever they're coming near Portland or something. I don't know. I just don't want him to be fucked, as well. Like, as I would love for him to join us, especially. And all things considered, I do think he'll be okay. But if we're definitely going to be standing for like a lot in a long time. Oof. I mean, I don't know. We'll definitely have to see, but I think he'll be all right. If you want my assumption, I think he'd be okay. Sack with my bro, but Iron Man is playing there. Oh. Damn. Well, shit. I'm pressuring Tyler then. I might extend his long-term recovery a little bit, but fuck, dude. So there's hope. And he already had 1 week. And if it's about a month, for basic recovery to where he can at least stand on it and stuff like that and be mobile, just can't put like a lot of force on it, I think it'd be okay. Just be able to walk. And I think he will be able to by that point. I mean, I don't think he'll be able to be in a mosh pit if there is one. And if it's Iron Man, and this is probably a soft chance, if it's in the standing general pit area, there's probably going to be one. If not, I'm start one. I'm going to start one if there ain't, you know what I mean? I'll be like, why ain't no pit? There ain't no pit for Maiden. I'll start one. Dude, I might start one for The Who, too, honestly. If no one start one for that band, bruh. Because I know those motherfuckers are going to go so hard, dude. I love Hunnic, like that folk Hunnic metal and shit. There is something about that where that like Hunnic, like Mongolian, like folk music and metal and like hard rock kind of sounds and shit that just goes so fucking goddamn well. It's such a beautiful blend. Amazing blend. Who more coming up? Oh, dude, bro, Dude, their fucking music is so hard. Why don't you just see them in Portland next month, or are you doing that? No, we're seeing them in Minneapolis. You know, that's the whole plan. You know, and if Tyler isn't well, then it sounds like he's canceling, which that would be shitty for me, especially because, like, man, I want to go to Minneapolis, you know? Yeah, but the plan doesn't work then. Well, yeah. Oh, you and Tyler are going to go to the Portland show regardless, so you have seated tickets. Okay. If there's tickets still available for that one, I might weirdly, you know, maybe grab a ticket, you know, myself just for a seated area. It says tickets start at $34. Shit. I might double dip it, honestly. I might double dip with Rip and shit. Like, because I know Judas Priest and Sabaton, there's similar price range for that, you know? So I think Payday, I might just get 2 of those tickets. Tickets are that cheap? Yeah, seriously, I was shocked. I mean, especially Iron Maiden. I mean, I've seen them like 4 or 5 times, and if I double dip, I'll probably be 6 or 7 times. I'm starting to lose count because I've seen them so many times. But I don't care, dude. Like, I mean, Maiden's fucking great. Outside of Royal Blood, they're probably, or Los Malvados, outside of those 2 bands, Iron Maiden's probably the one band I've seen live the most. Yeah, there's that first time in Portland. Then there was the one time in Seattle. Then there was the one time me and Ripsy double dipped with Seattle and Portland. So yeah, 4 times with Royal Blood. So actually, technically, they're not, you know, I've seen the most for sure. And then there's Los Malvados. I seen the first Cestus last year, and then I saw them. Oh Jesus Christ! I'm about to lose count with this one. Cestus 2024. Well, not Volume Block Party 2024, Volume Block Party 2023, Fishbone, Safe Ferris. I swear to fuck, I think I've seen him a 6th time, but I'm blanking on it. And then Maiden, I know I've seen at least 3 different times at the Tacoma Dome. Wasn't there one time where they played at the Moda Center, Roseland, you know, or Rose Garden, whatever? Not the Roseland, but the Rose Garden Moda Center place. I don't think so. Tacoma tickets are only $9. $9 at Tacoma Dome? Dude, there's an Amtrak to the Tacoma Dome. You know, there's a stop right next to it. Do I triple dip? Do I dare triple dip? Nah, I'm not going to triple dip. Because then I have to pay for an Amtrak and then sit at that fucking stop all fucking nah. I just realized that would suck even worse. Dude, yeah, how's it that cheap? That is honestly insane. $9 for a ticket? Dude, that's cheaper than some punk shows I've gone to. Like, I'm actually kind of flabbergasted. I'm kind of impressed. Whoa. What the fuck? What's going on in Tacoma, dude? Whoa, might have to go to Tacoma to go more often. Dude, that's dope. Not sure. So weird. Yeah, dude, that is genuinely shocking to me. It's like straight up. I'm fucking impressed by that, to be honest. I guess Iron Maiden is such a big pull, and they've been at the Tacoma Dome pretty much every time they tour. So it sounds like, frankly, like they know that the Tacoma Dome just knows they're going to get their money's worth out of it. So they just made it cheap because they're probably going to get a lot of money from people buying merch, beer, food. That's the fucking kicker. I bet food and beers and stuff like that at the Tacoma Dome are like minimal $15. Minimum. With sales tax included. Dude, I bet they gouge you with that shit so hard while making the tickets cheap. Because then you have a little money saved up. So, you know, you're like, oh, well, I'll have more money for merch. And, you know, maybe having a couple beers. That's how they got you. Oh, that's how they're getting you. I think I've seen Maiden 6 times. And I know I did not see Maiden 2 of those different times. Because every time I've seen Maiden, it's been with you and Tyler for sure. Like, pretty much every single time. So, and there might have been a few times where Tyler probably wasn't there, but I know every time I see Maiden, I know it's when you're there too. Ironically, Barrett Moto is cheaper than Richfield Amphitheater. I am not surprised at all because Washington kind of sucks dick and Richfield sucks dick. Honestly, I'm not a fan of Richfield. I did not like that venue. Unless it's like I can't help it and there's nowhere, else that's closer, then sure. But I just did not like Richfield. Fucking security guards are prudish beyond shit. Fucking shit's way too overpriced. Ugh, I just did not like it there. It's certainly one of the shittiest venues I, go to. And that's saying something because there are some venues around here that are definitely a little Didn't you see Maiden Without Me in Tacoma for a Book of Souls tour? Oh, that was with Tyler and his mom. Yeah, I did. You're right. That was actually with Tyler and his mom and Stevie. Also, there is one time I did not see Maiden where, or you didn't see Maiden with me. Okay. All right. Yeah, that was with me, Tyler, and Stevie. And was I 21 yet? Because I think I remember having a brewski. I know I was smoking weed. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, at least, yeah, it's the Book of Souls. It was fucking... I didn't get to a shirt for every fucking show that I've been to with them. I know I have at least like 3 Maiden shirts, though, for every tour, for a lot of tours. This will be my first time seeing Maiden in Oregon. I could have swore I've seen Maiden in Oregon at least one of these times. See, I lose track with Maiden because, like, every time they happen to tour, I'm just like, hey, guys, you seen them? Yeah? Cool. And I just showed you guys. So I just lose track of it, to be honest. I just kind of judge based off of the numbers that y'all have done. So I'm just going to have to, like, maybe, like, think of, like, like, just try to, like, I don't know. Did you go last year? I couldn't make the Rose Quarter show. The last tour? I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe that is the tour that I saw them at the Rose Quarter. It might have been. I don't think I got anything there. But at least on that particular show. But I think so. I think that was with me and Tyler, if I remember correctly. Because I know, like, when I saw Judas Priest for the first time, it was just me and Tyler going. And then we actually found his bassist, in a totally different area. So we just went over there and we just saw Judas Priest from that area the entire time. And security didn't fuck with us. It was actually pretty cool. But, I mean, like, all in all, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I saw Maiden at the Rose Quarter with the last tour with Tyler, maybe. Unless I'm misremembering it. This guy's chatting with a woman on line that told me a well story about the Tacoma Dome. Apparently, she went there to the show on date with a military dude. They brought a flare, started winning frame fire. It was an AC/DC show in '83. That is fucking metal and rock as fuck, dude. That is like some, sex, drugs, rock and roll, fucking Freebird type of shit right there, dude. Dude, that's fucking dope. I actually don't know if this is true, but I heard a rumor that Slayer used to be banned from playing at the Roseland for a long time because supposedly, some of their dudes or some of the, not the actual band, but like some of the guys and roadies, like, fucked with the actual, like, fucking, what you call it, like the emergency sprinkler systems. So it's dyed red and it will go off. And basically for the song Raining Blood, they would go off and, well, rain red water on you. Oh shit. Yeah, I heard, I don't know if it's true. I heard it was like back in the 80s or some shit they did that. And for like a long time, they apparently were prohibited from playing there. I don't know if it's true, to be honest. I just heard that's a rumor, and frankly, I'm kind of willing to believe it just on folklore value, just because that's just metal as fuck. I mean, it's like, I just choose to believe it, even if it ain't true. I mean, honestly, sometimes you just gotta, let certain, like non-real things just be real in your mind, just because, it makes the earth a little more exciting sometimes. Especially back in that day, I mean, dude, like, in the 80s, I can only imagine how, like, the shows were, the pits, a lot of the underground scenes, especially in Portland. Oof. Dude, I bet shit was fucking wild back then. I would love to have been in that era. dude, like, seeing Dead Kennedys before they really got big and famous, because they used to just tour up and down the West Coast all the time, going to Portland, Seattle, San Fran, shit like that. Before they really got big, that was like their bread and butter, for the most part, bread and butter and shit. Like, so, dude, imagine seeing them, like, and all that shit, like live, and like in that raw form. Ooh. Oh, that would be so awesome. That's kind of why I hate being a customer in my gen. It's just like, fuck. Like, way too young to even be a sperm or an egg. Well, an egg cell at least, but it's like, too young to experience all that shit. But unless you still get to experience some pretty cool shit though. If anything, there is at least a little bit of a revivalist, kind of thing going, like kind of like a fourth wave, like kind of scene growing a little bit, which for me, I'm just happy for, because I mean, shit, there was a while where Portland just did not have a scene for a minute, and if it did, it was very sparse. Because during high school and after high school, like there was a really major super underground scene where there was a lot of places. Like there was this one house that was nicknamed the Bloodshed. That, dude, for a tiny little spot, like some basement garage fucking thing, shit would go insane. Like some of the most insane pits I've certainly have been to growing up were some of that shit. It's like, and it would just be some wild, wild shit. But it ain't like that as much anymore. But I mean, it's still kind of around, but it's a little bit more established enough to where it's at least like not as raunchy and crust punky, I guess. That at least puts a little bit of standardization, to kind of help, bring some others, into the fold a little bit. Because I think that's kind of why it died off for a little bit, because a lot of the main people that were running shit for a little bit were not exactly the greatest individuals from what I've understood. So it kind of led to a lot of questionable things at some of these house shows, which I never saw, but, thank fuck, honestly. But, now I think, others have kind of, stepped up to the plate to kind of like make it something that's actually worth a shit a little bit. And something that kind of like puts Portland on a more positive, light in the map a little bit again. At least especially in the music scene. It's like Portland, Seattle, like the whole like West Coast in general has got such a vibrant, diverse like music culture and shit that it's just like kind of hard to ignore. But, unless there's like, some, megaphones out there kind of blasting it out for everyone else to see. I mean, it's like, not many people know about it. It's also kind of why I like Lost My Blood so much too, to an extent, because like despite funny enough, like them going all over the place and shit, they still at least Eric especially, they still kind of recognize my ass a little bit. They're like, oh hey, it's this motherfucker, kind of shit. But at the same time, they do tours all over the country. They've even played a couple shows in like Mexico City, places in Mexico in general. Like out in Europe, they've visited there. I don't know if they play shows out there, but I know they've at least been out there, putting their mark and shit. I'll see like on Instagram where like Eric is out in like the Netherlands, he'll put a few Lost My Blood stickers, around and shit. So leaving the LMH mark around and stuff. And he, in a lot of shows, especially here in Portland, be like, when we go out and tour and go to Mexico City and blah 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 and wherever, it's like I make sure we talk Portland up because the scene out here is what makes us and blah blah and all this other shit. It's like it's such a positive, awesome thing. I wonder when their next show's gonna be. I know they're not gonna be opening for a Fishbone that's coming up. I wonder if any of them might be there. There's an off chance that at least a few of the band members might be there though. I won't be too surprised. I actually don't know who else is gonna be playing for December 11th with Fishbone. I kind of want to look it up right now, but because I know whatever those bands are, they're going to be some pretty epic bands. So, I can't wait to see Fishbone again. When I found out they were touring and got a show coming up, I was like, fuck. And it's at the Hawthorne too. A little small venue, but I like that. I like that though. I like that, Holmes. It's nice, tight knit. You know, gets kind of like, you know, kind of hang with the community a little bit and shit. And honestly, there was a lot of familiar faces I've seen at these shows and shit. And, you know, kind of been opening up towards and talking with them and shit because they'll recognize me too and shit. And there's just a lot of really cool people that, like, you know, consistently go to these shows a lot and shit. And it's like, and another thing too is that Spanish is like pretty much like a second language at a lot of these things. And I'm sitting here like, I gotta learn Spanish. I need to. I have a love for the language too, and I want to learn it. Like, I mean, honestly, so I just need to get like Duolingo or some shit and just commit to it. Cause fuck, bro. Dios mío. If there's like at least one regret I had, at least, you know, when it came to like, you know, growing up with education shit, it's not learning a second language, and at least especially Spanish. Like, cause fuck, bro. Especially these days, I'll go to some of these shows. Like when I was at Boheria, like most of the bands are pretty much speaking Spanish only, and I was sitting here like, I don't understand what's being said, but I fucking love it because the shit's awesome. You know, it's like that's, you know, it's like shit like that. You know, and then there's that one time when I was getting some merch from Chincha BH's, and the lady at the merch table didn't speak English, and I was just like, oh shit. But we used some Google Translate, we figured it out, and it worked. It was actually pretty cool. But I mean, holy fuck, you know, it just makes me realize that like I just need to learn at least some conversational Spanish or something. If I could at least have some basic conversational like Spanish, because I could kind of understand it a little bit, but I can't really have a convo. So if someone, you know, like, and even at work, I'll get like some, you know, Hispanic families or couples, you know, or some people that'll come up, be like, habla español? And I'll be like, habla petito no conversacional. I'll just say that, and they're like, oh, okay. And then they'll just kind of like, you know, point and just kind of say some basic phrase, and I'll at least get some of that. I'll be like, oh, okay. You know, and I'll figure it out. Like, I mean, I can at least understand, you know, certain things, you know, because I've heard it enough to where my brain's clicked, oh, it at least generally means that. You know, so at this point, it's like, just on sheer just exposure, I'm learning at least some. So I bet, honestly, if I just focus a bit, I bet I will catch on to it pretty quick. Requires dedication, constant use to fit with others. And because I go to a lot of these areas and a lot of these scenes and shit that have a lot of Spanish speaking shit going down a little bit, whether with the bands or with people and stuff, I mean, I do have a lot of exposure to it. Like in my area, like outside of white folk, like the biggest like demographic are Latinos and Hispanic people. So it's all over, you know, the place around here, you know, especially when it comes to work, when, like I said, you know, like when some of these, you know, families or like, you know, couples are just like, you know, just random dude that'll show up, you know, and they don't really speak that much English, then it's like, at least now I have an opportunity to have at least some basic conversations where I can at least, you know, get their order, you know, maybe they'll be like, oh, when you start learning and blah, 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 and at least kind of have a basic conversation, you know, like, and then over time, it'll eventually just start, you know, implanted into my head. Because there's definitely a lot of things, you know, when it comes to language, you know, from other languages that, you know, stick with me a bit. You know, like there's a German word that actually is technically a sentence in English. I might butcher it, but I think it's like Beipfen and Gesicht, which basically means a face in need of a fist. It's my favorite German word too. I might have butchered it a little bit, but it's like, it's a fun word. And it's technically a sentence, but you could literally say a one-word sentence, you know, in German. It was fun. So, and also there's like a few Mandarin words that I kind of know a little bit. Like one of my favorites is hambabao. Hambabao. It's, you might be able to guess it, but it's one of my favorite words, honestly. It just simply means hamburger. And honestly, I love it. Hambabao. It's like, I love it. It's an awesome word. And that's like another language I want to at least kind of pick up a little bit. Not enough to like maybe like have a conversation with or whatever necessarily, but at least, you know, pick up a little bit of it. Because honestly, there are some words that I'm just like, these are fun words, honestly. Because I don't really quite, you know, get everything about it, but it's definitely one thing I want to kind of at least explore a little bit of. But I definitely want to learn Spanish first. Definitely want to focus with that more so than anything, just because that's like the at least second language based type of thing, the most predominant thing around here. And it's making me seriously regret not taking Spanish at any point in my fucking life. Like, Jesus Christ. You know, in an alternate universe, you know, where it, like the Terran Empire in Star Trek or something, you know, like that version of me is just like, man, I wish there wasn't any Spanish around here. God damn it. Why can't anyone just speak proper American? You know, in an alternate universe, like there's me, you know, bitching about it instead of like this version of me where I'm just like, man, I really wish I just learned that, and I could still, so I should just do that. You know, you get me, but then there's like in another universe out there, you got like fascist Ignore be like, goddamn Spaniards coming in here with their language. You know, that's just going on right now. You know, in the alternate universe, there is a me out there that is just bitching so hard about that right now. Be like, goddamn, I love these shows and shit, but I just wish that they spoke English and shit. Well, to be fair, I probably wouldn't even be going to the shows in the first place in that alter universe me. I'll probably go into like European folk metal shows and be like, yeah, or whatever the fuck. My ancestors shall be proud of me, blood gore. Or whatever the fuck, dude. Oh. Dude, you know that version of me? You know that version of me? Hella listens to fucking Five Finger Death Punch too, bro. You know that alter version of me is hella listening to some Five Finger Death Punch. And listening to some fucking goddamn Kid Rock. Oh, and you know that alternate universe of me would be fucking worshiping that Kid Rock RNC fucking performance thing. Oh my, oh my god. I'm just trying to imagine what like MAGA Ignore would look like. Holy shit, dude. I wonder, man. I do like, cause I kind of do partially believe in a multiverse theory a little bit. So I do kind of have like a sense of an idea, like, you know, where that, you know, is a possibility. And I just wonder. I kind of wonder what that motherfucker looks like, you know what I mean? I don't even want to wonder. I do. I don't know. I'm a little weirdo like that. I kind of like to wonder about that type of shit. Oh my god. Dude, I wonder how far in like weird, like, it's because, I mean, I suppose like depending on the multiverse in this case, I mean, there could be like an ultra like JF Gardape, like, you know, black pedophilia, and then there could be just a basic conservative blue collar MAGA chud version of me. I don't know. So I guess it depends on which particular niche of right wing we're talking about. I guess just like typical MAGA chud, I suppose. But maybe a little bit more critical thinking, but I just don't like the left side of things. And I just like, well, you know what? MAGA type, that's a little libertarian about shit. And I just like Trump because I thought he was good on economics, that type of guy. Dude, oh my god. I have a weird feeling I probably would look relatively the same, but just with various different things going on. And, you know, instead of just this aesthetic, it'll be slightly different. It will look a lot more redneck as fuck. You know, that version of me was straight up having mullet since birth. Instead of contemplating a pompadour mullet, I would just straight up have redneck mullet. Just straight up. The redneck style mullet. I want to kind of, you know, fancy it up the pompadour thing because I know I could do it, especially if like popped up like that. Yeah, see, like right here, it already looks like I got one. You know, if I kind of boop, boop, pop it up right there. So honestly, on the angle, especially with a hat on, it already does look like I got one. So, you know, the alter ego Ignore version of me that's like, you know, in the conservative sphere of things would definitely pretty much look relatively the same, but just certainly got the mullet. Oh my god. I'm starting to realize, I guarantee you that fucking version of Ignore is also still a virgin. Oh, dude. Oh, that means that, dude, that version of Ignore would be a full fucking incel too. Oh no, that means, oh no. I would be an Aiden Ross, Andrew Tate fan and shit. Fuck. Oh. Okay, maybe you're right, Mornex. Maybe I really don't want to. Oh, no. Oh, God, dude. Be a JF fan, go on a fucking 4chan forums and shit on the daily. Oh, my God. Probably have Homeland Security, check up on me once. Oh, no. Oh, God. Okay, yeah. Maybe that version of Ignore is probably more spicier than I think. Because Tate would be an upstanding individual over there. Oh, my God. You're fucking right. Oh, shit. Well, if we're going to think multiverse theory, there could technically be infinite universes. So maybe everything about like the universe is pretty much relatively the same outside of maybe some people having different political perspectives, like outside of like the main influencer types of shit or whatever. Like, that's because anything could go though. But oh my God, you're right though. JF would just be a quirky biological scientist that's progressive about shit a little bit. Richard Dawkins would not be a fucking weirdo. He probably would. He'd be Christian almost. Oh my God. Damn. In one of those universes, at least. Yeah, definitely. That's why I love the multiverse thing, because, like, if you want to really kind of think about it, I mean, if that's the case, then theoretically it could be infinite amount of universes. And, and maybe one of those universes is pretty much relatively the same as the one next to it, but just very, very tiny minutiae differences. It's like, and and like, I guess with a butterfly effect, in mind, and maybe that does end up making very significant changes over time. But, overall, like, foundationally things seem to kind of, be relatively the same track. But, I mean, it's all theories anyway, so it's fun. It's just something that's fun. Just fun to think about. But according to what I've learned, in order to reach any of them, you have to travel through the center of a black hole. And that would be fucking pretty wild. Because, like, I've seen like a YouTube video that shows what it'd be like to go into a black hole. And basically, for all intents and purposes, we pretty much kind of know how it is to start entering it. But once they're actually in the fucking thing, that's what we don't know. But considering the strength of a black hole, for all intents and purposes, you might just be killed, on the sheer, like, force of the black hole pulling your atomic particles and, like, your actual, like, atoms themselves apart. That's kind of the part of the spaghettification is, like, your literal atoms are being pulled away from you and shit, and literally, like, getting Thanos by a black hole, basically. So, would you even live for it? I mean, I suppose depending on, like, if we have, some sort of a craft that could withstand that. Singularity sorts of travels in a small circular path, and you'll have to fly through the center of that. That's out of my league. So you have to fly for the center of that. Like, mine too, yeah. Because I'm trying to wrap my head around that. It's like, how in the fuck would you be able to, like... So what, would you have to, like, almost, like, kind of orbit the black hole and just, like, slowly but surely go into it? Or would you have to just, like, pierce it or something? Like, because that's... I mean, it's all theoretical still, because there's no real way to enter one without pretty much, for all intents and purposes, just being non-existent in our universe. So it's just it's one of those things where it's like, unless we got the tech to somehow go through it and come back or some shit or whatever, I don't know, man. It's black holes are fucking wacky things. Because I mean, I know, like, it's like you know what they are, you understand them, but at the same time, what the fuck are they? You know what I mean? It's like, what are they though? It's like, because some people theorize they're like wormholes or like, like where you can go to like different parts of the galaxy or the universes, like you're saying shit. And then some people think it's just like, leads to like, I don't know. Like, I mean, there's a lot of weird things, theorized about the fucking things. We get how they work for the most part, at least when it comes to our perception with, absorbing everything like a vacuum, basically. But beyond that, it's like, what the fuck? this is one of these times where I wish I could just like like screen share and like look up a YouTube video and like listen to a scientist like explain it. For us chimps that just cannot brain it. It's like me no brain it. Ever heard of Veritasium? He does physics videos. I think I might have seen his channel around before. Like one of my big science channels I like to follow is Anton. Like he's like a science dude that I think he's either in Ukraine or Russia. I don't know where the fuck he is. He's definitely got a very like what sounds like kind of a Slavic-esque accent. I think he's technically Canadian, but I don't know. Like he's got one of those like I'm got the accent. I'm from Canada, but it's like wait what? It's like the accent throws me off. Are you from Canada? It's like okay. Actually, what you mentioned was parallel universes, not multiverses. Well, I mean, they kind of play in hand to an extent because like some multiverses might legit just be straight up parallel universes. Even if they're not like exactly identical parallel universe, to our own universe, there would definitely be a lot of like polar opposite, like, aspects, to that universe where it essentially would be a parallel universe. But it also just kind of depends on like the specificity of that universe and how far those parallels go. That's burp. I'm not gonna lie, this space talk is kind of like making my brain be like rah, rah, rah. It's a little too deep at the moment just because it's like a little rustic on some of that shit. It's fun to think about, especially, but man, we're going a little too deep, too quick. I'm not surprised Zukov is just taking the fattest fucking nap in the laundry room and locked himself in there. There we go, sweet. I kind of have to clear that for a minute. I wonder where Rose has been tonight. Usually he pops in here at around this point. Is YouTube not giving him recommendations for this shit? Or not recommendations, but like notifications. Dude, I wish YouTube, like, if you're subscribed to a channel, it's just like, I wish it would actually give you at least, a few notifications here and there. I get if you're subscribed to like a fuckload of channels where it might prioritize, ones or the other. But you would think that like for certain channels, they would just like, especially smaller ones, they would prioritize notifications or something. You know what I mean? Because there's one person that's a mod for Paul on his streams and shit, Phoebe Opie. And, like, she's actually not often, but she's popped in our streams a few times, and her and I have talked and shit like that and all that stuff. I think she's actually a mod over here, too. Just because, I trust her. But, like, because she's, like a really cool personality, a really cool person overall. Lived rough for a while, but is a big busker, musician. So, like, there's, to me, a lot of commonalities that I think, where she's pretty awesome. But YouTube never fucking recommends or, like, notifies me for shit. I'll look her up every now and then and be like, hey, when did she stream last? And it'd be like 3 hours ago, and it's like a 3-hour stream. I'm just like, so she was just streaming, and I get nothing. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, god damn it, I hate that shit. It's like, I didn't even get a notification for a Paul stream that he was doing earlier today. And I was just like, god damn it, YouTube, you slacking on some shit. Especially when I got the bell on. I got the bell for Phoebe's, channel and for Paul's. And, and even then, I don't always get a fucking notification. I never get a notification for Phoebe's shit. And it's like, what the hell? So you link about the parallel universe thing if you want to check it out sometime. It's only a few minutes. Yeah, I would want to check it out now, but unfortunately, YouTube doesn't really allow screen share shit. I wish they did, because I feel like it wouldn't be a hard thing to enable or whatever. Because I know some other platforms like TikTok or whatever the fuck has that ability, so I know it wouldn't be a hard thing to do. And if especially lives are meant to kind of be like, especially this type of shit, kind of like a copy of what the live real things on Instagram, TikTok lives, shit like that. If YouTube Shorts and vertical streams like this are meant to be kind of a copy of that, go the extra level with it, what they do. Even with Instagram Live, I have an ability, to a certain extent, even with what I got now, to be able to listen to some shit in the background. Well, just like this, but I can't exit out. That's why I have a playlist of music, and I just let it randomize and just whatever plays. That's why sometimes you might hear very similar music in the background, or a song that you heard maybe a stream or two ago, because I just pull up a playlist that has 250 something songs on there that I know are not going to fuck with me copyright, and just I just let it roll. Most of them are local bands too. Hey, all right, hey, what's up, Dima? What's up? At least your YouTube notifications got somewhere. Got Simba. Because that's what we're just kind of bitching about a little bit. Because there's a lot of different channels that I upload, relatively on the regular that I want to check out, but never ever get notified for that shit. There's actually been a few channels that I almost forgot about, and until the YouTube algorithm just kind of popped it back up on my feed, and I was like, oh yeah, these channels. Because this is a dude in Baltimore that works at a bar that does these little shorts about different cocktail drinks and shit like that, and how to make them and how they taste and stuff like that. And he's pretty. I forgot exactly what his name. I think it's what's it called? It's something Cookum or some shit, something like that. I'm offered several rooms. It was spicy as fuck, so I bounced. Oh my god. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, dude. With Paul, when it comes to the live streams that he does on the Poltergeist, I don't know if you've ever seen him on the YouTube Shorts live at all, but, he, streams pretty regularly on the YouTube Shorts. It's actually what inspired me to do these, because he was getting a lot of activity versus, doing the horizontal streams. And I was like, if I'm going to do them YouTube, might as well do it like this, because shit. I mean, that's, because, hey, that's how people are kind of popping in here more often than not, because the Shorts algorithm is way different than just the regular algorithm. Which I don't get that, but whatever. Hey, fuck it. Gotta do what you gotta do, does. But like Paul, I also try to have a more chill vibe a little bit and shit, just because man, some things on these fucking YouTube live shorts are so weird, dude. When Paul's doing his stream when I was at work, I was commenting on his chat, but sometimes it won't actually have the chat there, so you have to scroll down and then come back up a little bit, so it kind of loads up fully. Dude, there was this one dude who's just practicing doing backflips, which, cool, but it's I was kind of okay. I got tuned in for a little bit. He did it 3 or 4 times, and he's like, yo, chat, I'm dizzy as fuck, man. And he legit looked like he was winded. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? I guess you want to practice your backflips, which, you know, the last time he did it, he almost nailed it, funny enough. But I was just like, well, what are you doing? Dude, for real. Oh my God, dude. Like, you got to check out Paul's ego with the poltergeist because, bro, there was a meme at one point where there was a stripping granny where, like, somebody on his live chat was like, yo, I scrolled down on your live accidentally and I saw a stripping granny. And he fixated on it. It's like, stripping granny? And his wife, you know, on her phone, you know, went on his live, scrolled down a little bit, and she's like, yep, here it is. And it was like some Filipino 70-something-year-old woman straight stripping. I'm not even shitting you, bro. I'm not even kidding. That was happening. And dude, she wasn't the only one either. Like, it wasn't even a week or two later where somebody else mentioned there's like some big, thick black lady doing similar shit. And I saw it. I was like, no way. And I scrolled like 3 times, and there was the live. I was sitting there like, bro, what's going on? And dude, she had a jar of pickles. I don't know why, but she had a jar of pickles. I don't know what she was doing with that shit, bro, but I don't want to know. Oh my God, dude, some of these lives, yeah, they're unhinged, man. What the fuck? I know, dude. Scroll to honestly do a quick moment to like go down like 4 or 5 lives, you know, with this. You'll see that at least one of them are gonna be a little weird, just a little bit. Because I'm not kidding, man. Dude, if you like, you know, look at a live short specifically and you scroll up, like you do that, like it'll just go to other lives. And if you scroll down enough, you'll find some wild shit. Dude, I scrolled down enough, and there was like some guy from Uzbekistan in his car sitting there looking like just sad. I couldn't understand what he was saying because it was either Russian or Uzbeki. I don't fucking know. Like, it was... that just sounds so like American of me to say, but I don't know. Like, I don't know what he was saying. I couldn't understand it. That's all I knew. But he was kind of mumbling it, too. He was like... Like, and all the chat was in Cyrillic, so I think it was Russian, but I was like, what's going on here? Is he like a taxi driver who's just like desperate for attention and just wants, I was kind of curious, so I sat there for like a minute or two, but he barely said anything. He just looked sad. I was like, what is happening here? What the fuck is going on? I was like, dude, it's like a different element of the spectrum of the shorts where it's just like, sometimes you just see some people where you're like, weirdly enough, it's like I can see so much about your life with, you know, without you saying anything. It's like, oh Lord mercy. Because honestly, I bet it's the same thing for me too. I mean, especially when I got random shit in the garage and stuff. Got like, you know, the shit I'm wearing. Like, I mean, what I got going on can say 1,000 words too without saying a word. You know, it's the same thing. But like, at least it's kind of a little like a smoker garage chill thing where it's like, hey, let's, you know, pass the bong around kind of thing or whatever. Have a brewski or two. Let's chill, you know, kind of thing. But some places are just, it's like, what the fuck is going on? Some things can be unseen. Dude, seriously, man. There are just some things on some of these live shorts, you know, whatever the fuck, that are just straight wild, bro. It's the Wild West. This is like, honestly, like, weirdly enough, the Wild West of YouTube that used to be a thing back in the day. You know, that is not the same thing, but that is similar Wild West-esque kind of like anything is kind of going, basically, kind of shit. Is definitely on this side of the algorithm. Like the shorts live algorithm, or, you know, this vertical live algorithm thing that they got going on, is definitely the Wild West of YouTube right now. Like, the rest of YouTube don't mean shit in comparison to what's going on these live verticals and shit that people do. Because honestly, there's some pretty cool shit that you can find. I mean, it's not like, you know, there ain't nothing cool, obviously, but there's just some shit out there that is just like, what is going on? How is this even allowed on YouTube? Dude, like, I didn't see it, but Paul's talking about like how he was like on the shitter once, you know, on his poltergeist stream. He was mentioning about how he saw like some black lady that had like, you know, some crop top, tank top thing on, but she had it like off of her chest, but just enough to where, you know, like the pepperonis were shown, but not the actual like suckle bud nip parts. Like, so you could see like her booba and like the outline of like the nip basically, but not the actual like nip basically. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what part of what boob like it's like they're pretty much basically entirely exposed, but like to like 95%. The last 5% were basically just like the little suckle bud parts. But she was just sitting there talking about like Trump or some shit from what Paul said, but like her head was essentially like way up here where it was like mostly cut off, and like her whole chest was apparently just right there, just like that, where it was like some like the little suckle buds are not there, but the rest of the nip of the boob are. And a bunch of people in the chat were like, yo, name of the channel, asking for a friend, wink kind of shit was going on. Paul's like, bruh, I didn't even have time to even think about it. I just instinctively reported it. And then like 3 seconds later, fucking live went down. And it gave a little thing saying, this live has been terminated because of content violations, and shit. And Paul was like, oh, I did it. Holy shit, I knocked her out. Which, frankly, I don't necessarily blame him because, like, despite, most people saying this is not made for kids, there are straight up skibbities that have rolled in here before. There was actually one the other night where I was like, you're chill, but don't say that. Because I don't want to ban you because, like, this isn't, like a place where, anyone under 18, frankly, really under 21, should be, but you're chill enough. Just shut up about that. So it's just one of those things where it's just like, it's like, no matter what, they're always going to be around. So it's like, there are just legit certain shit that just should not be on the fucking platform, and really they should just enforce better. Like, frankly, a lot of the shit's really on YouTube. Like, they should be able to enforce this shit a little better because there's nothing really inherently wrong with, the TOS about what I do, especially if it's not made for kids, because obviously it's not. I always make sure that is pressed and, ensure that is, the button that's there. Yes, this is not made for children, but, it's like YouTube just doesn't enforce that properly. Like, I mean, there can be some kids that can be pretty smart, intelligent, and mature, but man, these days, not really. Maybe when I was growing up as a kid, a lot of them were. Like, a lot of kids my age were honestly pretty mature about that type of shit. I at least was. But, I mean, holy fuck, these days, though. Ugh. I just wish they would just enforce like the YouTube Kids / like just regular YouTube like principle. Because like, what the fuck is the point of the the YouTube Kids thing if the rest of YouTube has like made for kids / not made for kids like option? Like, just make regular YouTube like an adult version of the platform, and YouTube Kids, well, the kids version of the platform. I mean, it's like, I don't get it. Like, and even then, like, there was like, major controversy about the whole YouTube's Kid, at least, kind of shit, at least early on, because like there was some legit overtly like some weird sexual shit that was like being pushed on YouTube Kids for a while from various different weird channels, dude. I don't know if that's the case anymore, but dude, for a long time, dude, YouTube Kids was plagued with some weird, quirky, fucking wild shit that obviously was just not allowed for children, but were able to somehow skirt the algorithm just enough to get away with it. In fact, they even like take advantage of the algorithm. So the shit was most likely going to be seen more often than not. Dude, that shit is so fucking wild, bro. Like, knowing that still probably is an issue, especially considering the Wild West elements of things. Like, I love that, but there needs to be a fucking like major hard line about like, hey, this area ain't for you skibbities. This area is for, adults. And if a lot of them want to act like skibbities, then they're, well, that's an unfortunate, problem, I guess. I'll just, cleanse the herd a little. Trim the tree, as they say. Because I do have at least a bare minimum of, like, you know, chilled I want. Dude, like, like you were at there, you know, for the lunch stream I was doing, like that random weirdo that was like, I like it when you fart, burp, bruh. It's like, that's some straight skibbity shit. I guarantee you that was not a 18 plus person. That was like, you know, some kid who was like 14. And if I was not needing to go back to work, I would have been like, get the fuck out of here, you skibbity little weirdo. It's like, yeah, I'll sit, you know, I'll burp in, you know, like in front of your mama's face and then sit on her face and then, you know, let her, like, you know, twiddle my little ass while I fart on it. Like, I want to do some your mama jokes. I want to kind of pop off a little bit, weirdly enough, but I was like, nah, I couldn't do that. I'm just going to get the fuck out. I was like, well, now that's the cue. But man, I was just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what is that, like, weird, like, skibbity ass shit, dude? Because there'll be some weird drive-by shit like that. And I'm just like, dude, do you have a brain cell? Like, do you have at least, like, 2 or 3 to rub together there, bro? It's like, Jesus. Some motherfuckers, man. Swear to God. Man, fucking nose, dude. Nah. Those stretches feel pretty nice. Why am I Sukov just like lock himself away in there? Taking the sweetest of naps, but he can't just hang out over here in the corner. Just sit next to me. Just chilling. He's just supposed to make sure that I'm here, and then he's like, all right, I'm just going to fuck off my own little domicile. He doesn't get, like, excited like a little, like, zoomy little puppy anymore when it comes to me coming back home. Get back home for work, and I open the door. I saw him sitting there in his little chair. He just kind of had this little, like, laying on the side of thing, just like, what's up, Dad? Didn't even bother getting up or anything. He was just laying there the entire time. I had to kind of like force him to come in here before I started this shit, and even then he was like, I don't want to move. My friend Logan keeps mentioning how like easy, you know, Zukov is when it comes to like dealing with him. I'm just like, man, I mean, it seems like, you know, your doggos are pretty easy to deal with too until like their instincts kick in and start acting like a bunch of psychos. I mean, but Zukov can be that way too, because like there are some times where he just goes nuts, bro. Not that often. I mean, he's generally very, very easy to deal with. But man, sometimes he just got like a weird hair up his ass, where he just wants to do his own thing and will not listen. Especially if he's got like a little scent he wants to sniff, and he's like, and starts like literally like eating the ass out of the dirt or the bush, you know, shit, and just like wanting to eat it out like his life depends on it. It's like, bruh, I literally have to pick him up or like, you know, just drag him a little bit, you know, a few feet away, and then he eventually just gets the point and starts walking again. It's like, dude, because if I don't do anything, he'll just sit there for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then after that, he may or may not, you know, take a quick little piss and mark his turf, and then he'll move along. Maybe. It's like, god damn, dude. Especially at the walk to the bars. Bro, that shit gets annoying sometimes because, man, he would love to just stop at so many different little corners. And I'll just have to, like, you know, kind of like, come on, bro. That's what I thought the hardest, at least, because I could kind of, like, you know, kind of like pull him a little bit and drag him if I kind of need to. Yeah, not, you know, too bad or anything, obviously. Just kind of like, come on, dude. And he's just like, no, okay, fine. All right. Yeah, and it's just kind of like some of that shit, because I mean, then I'm not straight up choking them. I've never, like, outside of maybe having like a little lit up collar or just, you know, a little collar for like a little tag or whatever. Beyond that, you know, I've never been a fan of collars, you know, when it comes to doggos, just to like, you know, have them on a leash and shit. Cause, you know, if they jerk themselves, you know, to go check something out or mark their turf or whatever, they're, you know, kind of choking themselves a little. And I've just never liked that. So I've always been a, you know, fan of the harnesses just because, you know, especially with him, it's with his, you know, antics sometimes it's just, you know, better on him. Here. Maybe I could bring Zucop back here real quick, but reason why is because I gotta go to the bathroom. So when I come back, maybe I'll bring him over here. See if this little nutter ball wants a treat. Because I got some park buns for the little pup. Oh, you stretched me. Let's stretch some. Ooh. Come on. Come on. Still they were not afraid. They built a series of boats, these plants, the machines were made. But as greed and blind and all reason, start up their way and time. Next quarter, they'd have to ante up at the altar of autumn night. It fell into chapter 11. There's not much more they could do. Couple of top brass, they lost their jobs, but we all lost ours too. Oh, we'd always made money. There's no way to buy time. Shut us down, raise the edge. For the altar of autumn night. Where are you going? Hey, you goof. Here. Come here. Come here, puppy. Don't even try to go sit over there. Ugh. Unless I sit here first. Oh, little pup. Hello, buddy. Little lazy bones. Ah! My goodness, look at you, you lazy little shit. Little smushy face. Little smushy face. Yes. No. Your face is so smushy. He's got a little smush face. Yes, you do. My goodness, well, look at this little boy. Sweet little Zuki. I know, he's just a sweet little boof. A sweet little thing. Oh. Oh. Little grony thing. He's just little lazy bones. Look at this. It's ridiculous. Oh. I can do even care about that. He's just like, all right, well, me. I'm just gonna be chilling. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? What are you doing? Me. Oh, you big goof. He's just splooting out like hardcore. I don't want to try like show off anything, but it's kind of hard with him just being so endowed because you're fucking ridiculous. There we go. You can see his little feet. Okay, maybe I should have not done that, but whatever. Ugh. You big goof. Ugh. You big baby. Big chabunga. You're just a little ragdoll, you know that? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, dude. Oh, you. His fucking tail swiped my phone. You little shit. My god. This little fucking tail, bro. Just smack the shit out of this. The fuck? What a little jerk. Okay, there we go. You're a punk. You know that? What the fuck? What the hell's that all about? Blah, blah, blah. You did a big goof. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's like, ooh, purple. Yeah, hold up. Okay. Thunk. You goofy little thing. With some meat. Well, it's a little pork bun. It's not totally meat. But there is. There is some meat in here. Jesus. Patience. Hey, be patient. Really? Are you serious? You're just gonna hang out here? Oh my god. Dad, just give it to me. Come on. You spoil a little turd. Jeez. What a goofball. He is just such an antsy little priss when it comes to that type of shit. I know I got one more in here. So, there it is. Got one more for him. Can you be patient? Okay. Stay. Nom, 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 nom. Watch him catch this, because he will. Hold on. Jesus. Ooh. And he's going to vacuum that up. Oh, my God. Ooh, ooh. Hey, don't be dropping it on my fucking tray. See? He vacuumed it. Jesus. Dude, this dog could probably win a hot dog eating contest. I'm not even gonna lie. I guarantee you, like, if there's like a hot dog eating contest and we put him in it, he would win. This little fucker will like vacuum up anything. It's absurd. I love how my dog just takes all this other bullshit. They should add that to the doggy dash downtown side event. For real, dude. Yeah, just give him straight up glizzies and a little bit of bread. Just give him like, you know, like 30 dogs, and you know, and but they have to do it via like class size and shit, so to speak. There would have to be like, you know, little minis, mediums, mids, bigger mids, and then the big boy dogs. You know what I mean? They'd have to do it by like weight tier and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, because some dogs will be hella outclassed, you know, beyond all metrics. But Zukov, I mean, for a medium-sized dog, I think, dude, he would hold his own. Just to fix him out in the timer so he eats all first. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, you'd be a little dominating little bastard when it came to something like that there, Zuzu. Hey, what are you doing? Hey. You're fucking around with a cord over here. Quit moving shit. Oh, look at that little face. What, do you want another bun? Because I don't got anything else. I forgot to get his meats that I had. In my little meat section of our department, I forgot to grab a little bag of the meats I have for him. But at least I had the buns. But he would have been spoiled even hella hardcore more so than, you know, than just buns. I just wanted to get the fuck out of work once I was done. Oh, you know, speaking of which, I heard some dumb fucking shit that apparently that, you know, is being kind of enforced a little bit. Apparently, if you want to show up early, you can't show up 10 minutes early or later for work, basically. You have to be within like a 10-minute mark. And also, you can't stay 10 minutes after your shift unless it's approved, basically. Apparently. And like when I heard that, because I was talking to one of my coworkers I haven't talked to in a while, because she usually works mornings, but she was kind of a little bit of like a cook / early morning mid kind of thing. So I was able to catch up. She was telling me about that. And I kind of looked at her. I was like, how does that even make sense, especially when I'm a closer? Because there are some nights where I'm there after 10 when I'm scheduled to leave. Like what? She wants just shit not done? Do I have to get approval to stay longer to clean shit? Or is there like kind of a proxy like, yeah, it's still long to clean? Yeah. Like that doesn't even make sense. In the early thing, like, why is that even a problem? Like, oh, you showed up early for your shift. Cool. Like, let's get you to work. You know, like, I mean, shit like that don't even make no goddamn sense. If it wasn't for, like, some of this, like, you know, financial prioritization thing, you know, stuff that I have to deal with right now, I just, because there's like a few things that are at least, for now, I'm just kind of like, keeping certain cards close to my chest at the moment. But it's like, as soon as there's an out for that shit, I'm just like, oh, hell no. I am like big outies. Kind of like, a little bit of a song, but it's not exactly the energy I'm feeling. That's a little bit the energy I'm feeling. But it's just like, I don't even understand that shit. I mean, especially for me, considering that, like, I do kind of somewhat skirt, the policy a little bit on a few things. So it's like, I mean, and I don't really get fucked on because there's supposedly, like, you can't be later than 6 minutes. But a lot of times I'm like 7, 8, maybe at most 9 minutes over that. Well, not literally over that, but, like over when I'm supposed to be scheduled. Like, let's say it's 3, I show up at like 3:07 or 3:08 or whatever. But I've never been talked to about that. So I don't know if I was just like, oh, we're going to be strict and it technically is still this, but we're going to say it's not. Or I don't get what the fuck it is, but it's just like, like, what the hell? Like, I mean, if I'm not getting, called out on some shit where I know I'm kind of skirting the edges on, like, the policies that they want me to, be a part of, unless I want to do time or whatever, then I would have been talked to still at this point. So I don't get it. I even, because I seen a YouTube short about it on Discord. I just see a Walmart nonsense about no quit policy. They can't enforce that, a no quit policy. I mean, I'll watch the short for sure, but, like, you want to give me a quick rundown about that? What the fuck? No quit policy? Is that like some Japanese work ethic shit? Where it's just like, hey, you have to basically get permission to quit from your boss or whatever the fuck? Like, what what in the Japanese work culture ass fucking shit is going on with that, bro? Dude, Paul was doing a stream earlier tonight talking about, like, some of the kind of quirks about Japan's, like, culture a little bit, and that being one of them. And I was mentioning, it's like, hey, like, from what I understand, like, I mean, obviously you're not wrong, but, like, a lot of shit that, Japanese workers got to go for is, like, borderline humane. And Paul, I think rightfully kind of corrected saying, because I feel like I was just being kind of soft with my verbiage, but it was like, nah, dude, like, America is, like, borderline inhumane. Like, I mean, what Japan's got is just straight up, like, barbaric and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, I was kind of being soft with my verbiage. You're not wrong at all. Because, like, on average, like, a worker in Japan, on average, for a full week is 60 hours. For an American, a full work week is 40 hours. So they're working 20 extra hours of, like, for a fucking week, with their shit and getting overworked to literal death. They have no time to socialize, intermingle, to fuck, to have families, any of this shit. To have relationships, they got no ability to have any of that. And they're in a crisis right now for it. And because of their hyper-nationalism and considering, unfortunately, how xenophobic as fuck Japan is, it's like, it's only recently where they're now starting to kind of open up their borders a little bit, despite the xenophobia. Like, I think a lot of these, people in government, it's like, well, fuck the Westerners and fuck all these other lesser Asians, but we kind of need them to keep us alive. We'll have to just suck it up, basically. The official's 40 hours there, but a lot of companies urge you to work overtime. Yep, that's why on average it's 60 hours. And because of the whole honor system with, like, it is weirdly backwards as fuck with their system when it comes to shit like this. Because, like, they have their whole honor system and shit like that too. Where it comes to, like, being honorable and respectful to your superiors kind of shit and stuff like that. It's a fucked culture. If you think it's bad here, oh my God, it is genuinely fucked up over there. I really genuinely feel bad for them. I know they'll look at me as just like a dumb, fucking American white boy or whatever the fuck, but hey, they're still a fucking worker, and the fuck the shit they go through, oh my God. It might not be like, donkey work labor kind of shit, but mentally and emotionally, it is destructive as fuck. And it's already destructive when it comes to, like, the donkey labor that most Americans got to deal with this shit, like me and stuff, It's like, but, I mean, it's a whole different ball game over there. And considering there's not a lot of young people either, You know, it's like even with the very little time that they do have, available for themselves, they got no way to socialize really. And even then, it's like maybe at best once a month, unless they got friends or people, coworkers or something where they have same days off. That's if they even got days off sometimes. I'm sure some of them will literally work on their days off because they want to honor, their boss and their work, and all this other shit, blah, blah, blah. Like, again, it's pretty fucking insane over there when it comes to that type of shit. There's like a lot of things that I think, about like Japanese culture, I think is pretty fucking cool, but there's a really serious dark underbelly about it that is just ultimately going to probably just collapse their fucking government and their culture and their society. Like, I mean, they don't have enough people to replace like their severely aging population. Like, they're really unique about this shit where they're in a really bad spot right now. And it's going to bite them in the fucking ass, mostly because of this weird xenophobic nationalism, to be honest. I mean, forget the capitalistic problems about everything with their work culture and shit. I mean, that is really what's hitting them in the ass. They probably wouldn't have any of these problems if they were just kind of chill about, people setting up shop and living there and stuff like, a lot of these other more westernized countries and shit. I mean, it's kind of an unfortunate thing, to be honest. It's only going to get worse. Oh, yeah. Oh, certainly. Dude, Japan's going to go through a fucking crisis within the next 2 or 3 decades. They're going to go for a major crisis, and there's going to be a lot of people. They're going to have like a very radical left and a very radical right political diversion in their government and in their society very, very soon. There's going to be a lot of youth that want to try to be more progressive about shit, and there's going to be a lot of people kind of stuck with that nationalistic fervor and are going to be like, no. Kind of shit. It's going to be bad, dude. It's not going to look good. Nobody wants to have kids because it's too expensive. It's not just that. No one has time to raise kids. In Japan, no one has, literally, it's worse. Like, no one has time to raise children because they're always working. They have no time to even socialize with, their fellow peers, let alone fucking raise a kid. I don't blame them. The single tax credit is one-time payments to have kids, but no one's biting. Korea's the same way. Oh, yeah, Korea's, arguably maybe not as bad, but going for the same shit. Yeah. And what's kind of fucked is there's a lot of it's just due to, a weird like xenophobia that a lot of these different, Asian countries kind of have, to be honest. I mean, it's weird as it is to say. That's just kind of the fucking truth. Like, a lot of, Chinese society, South Korean, society, and Japanese society, like at least the big three, basically, they're xenophobic as fuck, not only to each other, but even to the West and the rest of the world. Like, I mean, they got some genuine hyper-nationalistic xenophobic tendencies in their respective countries. And it's, look at China when it comes to like the Uyghurs and all these other, like sub-Chinese, like, ethnic, peoples and shit, or like with the Wu and all these other, different, ethnic groups, that live in Japan, in China. I mean, it's like a lot of them are basically, interwoven into the Han ethnic, group and culture and shit. And that's like the predominant national fervor of China, basically. It's like this whole Han style culture, and pretty much like any Chinese person is Han by, not just culture, but by proxy, just because, of, their national lineage. It doesn't matter what their background is. And that's what they try to pretty much force down the Uyghurs' throats. And now they're basically using them for slave labor and fucking them over, essentially, because they're the smallest minority. That's how I like Tibetans and a few others. Because there's a lot of different ethnic groups in China. A lot. And a lot of different dynasties of China came from these different ethnic groups, like with the Wu, the Ming. There's a lot of different cultures, subgroups, different peoples, from the mainland China region that is China today that make it what it is. But the current government and this culture that is push, especially on a nationalistic level, basically eschews all that. Your Han, your Mandarin Han Chinese, and that's the end of the story. That's pretty much just like what the governmental ethos is. That includes Taiwan too, by the way. Which honestly, at that, considering the fucking bullshit with that, I mean, they might as well just be separate countries. I mean, fuck China's like claiming it to it, You know, just like let Taiwan be its own country and, you know, fuck this weird like Civil War old bullshit that they want to use as a justification. It's like, fuck that shit. It's just stupid at this point. It's kind of the same shit that's going on in like, you know, with, you know, Ukraine and Russia and fucking Israel and Palestine and Lebanon too, to an extent. It's like ancient, or, you know, even if it's like, you know, more recent history, it's like, oh, we're going to use this as a justification to basically be militaristic pieces of fucking scum. It's like no, it's like, fuck you. You know, shit today is way different than it was like 50 years ago or 100 years ago, let alone like fucking 30 years ago, whatever the fuck. Like, go fuck yourself. Fucking imperialistic bastards, you fucking rats. I mean, that's what they all are. Xi is a fucking rat. Putin's a rat. Netanyahu's a rat. All these fuckers are rats. Warmongering fucking rats, the lot of them. And they use all this same type of shit as justification, you know, to, especially on the nationalistic level, to, you know, push this fucking fervor. And it's seen in all their countries. You know, China's got their own version of it. America does for sure too, by the way. I ain't, you know, excluding us, by the way. I'm just kind of was talking, you know, with this, you know, the big three, I guess, in this case. And then you got like Russia, and they got like a major fucking thing with that. You know, just as much as China does, maybe to a lesser extent, but only by like, only by that, like that much. Well, honestly, maybe a little more so because they're trying to literally overtly invade Ukraine. So maybe actually a little more so now that I think about it. But I mean, either way, I mean, they're the same way with it. In Israel too, because of the holy, you know, greater Israeli state idea, when it comes to like Revelations and Christian Zionism and Judaic Zionism, you know, being interwoven and shit. Like, I mean, they got their own fervor about it too. That's why the U.S. is so fucking gung-ho with it, because, like, pretty much most of America's culture is white Western Christendom. And a lot of that is also Zionistic as fuck because of, like, you know, the New Testament of Revelations and the greatest state of Israel for Jesus to come back and all this other bullshit. It all plays, you know, into a major hand. That's why, honestly, especially when it comes to the Israel-Palestine/Lebanon problem, because that really is just ultimately a fucking problem for the world, mainly because of Israel, is, you know, and I will specify that it's like an Israelite style fucking fervor. Like, it's not Jews, it's Israelites. Like these modern Western European fucks that, you know, got like, you know, a couple percent of like, you know, some, you know, like Jew in them, and they want to like basically use that as a justification for all Jews get fucked, you know, with like this weird anti-Semitic shit that right-wing Nazis will take advantage of, you know, and to basically have, and people like me have to skirt around the edges, walk on eggshells, and have a tightrope, you know, where if we fall off of it, we basically, you know, fall into a pit of lava, essentially. It's like, it's, you know, it all just plays around into the same bullshit of exacerbating, like, a lot of this, you know, hyper-nationalistic, weird racial bullshit, where that shouldn't be the fucking case. Because, like, they want to put this, like, Israelite, you know, style fucking Zionistic religious fervor bullshit, condition a whole fucking nation and culture of people when it comes to Israel into this shit, and get a bunch of American Christians, whether they're fucking like soft rad lib fucking dipshits, you know, on the damn blue and on fucking side of things, or fucking hardcore Christian neo-Confederate fucking MAGA chuds and shit. They all fucking are gonna believe in that shit, at least if they're Christians. I mean, it's like the whole idea of, you know, like, you know, that shit especially is just so heavily ingrained culturally in America and in Israel. It's like, I mean, it's just kind of hard to say that, like, you know, it's not just like a people problem a little bit, because Israel's supposedly a democratic process, and most people there don't even, you know, hate what's going on right now. They just don't like Netanyahu being in power. That's the problem with most people in Israel right now. They don't like him being in power, you know, but they like everything else going on. They don't give a fuck about that. Like, it's only like 4% of the population that's actually ultimately fucking against all that shit. And either they've been beaten by a bunch of other fucking crazy psychos in the streets when they protest, or have been disappeared in fucking prisons and shit by the government. Like, most of those people pretty much have been, you know, either shunned into obscurity or literally disappeared in prisons. Like, most of them aren't even vocal anymore because they're fucking pretty much, like, you know, literally violently fucking shoved off to the side. Most people are fine with this. That's why the whole big protests about like some of these, hostages, come back dead, while a lot of people were fucking going against that shit, it's because they didn't like Netanyahu. That's the main reason. Because they think he's flopping the whole, ultimate solution, the final solution to Palestine. They think he's flopping it where it could look better to the rest of the world if they just did it right in a more liberal way. They don't give a fuck that there's a genocide going on. They want to take tours and have little boat tours looking outside of Gaza being like, that's going to be my future condo. They do that shit. You think those fucking people, are going to like be like, oh, well, it's, Netanyahu's so bad, and obviously this is bad because of him. It's like, no, they want what's going on. They just don't want Netanyahu to take the reins. Like, that's just, just based off of polling and like the conglomerate of like how like Israeli culture and their fucking people feel about this shit. That's just the fucking truth. If they're taking tours right outside of Gaza with their boats and shit, just like fucking celebrating the idea that they're gonna have their future fucking condo properties there and shit. How am I supposed to look at them and say, oh, well, obviously a lot of you people are misguided or something. And it's like, no, you want it. So fuck all of you. You fucking goddamn barbarian piece of shit. I am so done with this weird defense and like, wishy-washy thing about like, these lib Zionists that are like soft as fuck with it. It's like you're a fucking animal and a Nazi just as much as fucking Netanyahu is, Ben Gvir, and as much as a fucking terrorist like they are. So fuck you. You fucking animal. You piece of shit. You don't give a fuck about like, some child dying in the street because you worship that shit. Because you are going to have a nice little fucking condo right outside that street where that kid was blown the fuck up. So go fuck yourself. You just don't like that is doing it because he's a corrupt Nazi piece of shit. You don't give a fuck. You don't give a shit about like, the genocide or the fucking plight of the Palestinian or the Arab. You can't give a fuck about that because they're brown and you're a white Western European Ashkenazi. Go fuck yourself. You're less Semitic than the Arabs that have been living there for thousands of years, you fucking white European piece of shit. Or white American-ass fucking Brooklyn native motherfucker. Some weird Ashkenazi motherfucker living in Jersey half his life and then wants to move at the age of 28 or whatever the fuck, join the IDF or some shit. Fucking piece of shit. Fuck those people. And fuck, you know what? Get out of my country. I don't want these motherfuckers here. Go live there. If it's the safest place for you motherfuckers, then go live there. Oh, but then again, a bitch house not safe because of all these fucking terrorists and Nazi anti-Semitic. While you fucking destroy their fucking land, to eliminate and appropriate their fucking culture and eliminate their fucking nations and, do it with the tip of the fucking sword, with the tip of a drone strike. Fuck them. I fucking have no respect for any of these motherfuckers anymore. Because they give all these other fucking Jewish people such a horrible fucking name. It makes me sick. It makes me fucking sick. And they use their fucking white European ass or their white American ass to justify this shit. This is a plight of indigenous people fundamentally. Because do you think this shit, is any different from how fucking natives, were fucking dealing with this shit? Here in America? Or fucking Romans, eliminating fucking like different, cultures and shit for Christendom after they fucking adopted that. Or fucking appropriating Greek mythos and shit into their fucking shit. Well, before that happens, you think any of these one, you really think, shit's been different? Because all that shit's fucked. And this is why, these fucking colonialist empires are fundamentally a destructive plague upon progress. Upon what, actually prospers human culture and human experience and fucking upliftment of what, makes us us. It's disgusting. It's fucked. Because there's some cool fucking shit about, Jewish culture that is out there. I love that shit. There's a lot of cool shit. 100%. And honestly, especially historically, the plight of a lot of Jewish people, especially in Europe, is fucked. It's horrible. Especially in 20th century, can't deny that, especially. It's it's fucked up. And for, the Israeli government and for this Israelite-style Zionistic, Zion Nazi shit, to fucking, poison, and revise a lot of this bullshit to, make it seem like, they, either, we're just literally on the verge of extinction until the state of Israel existed. It's it's insane. It's fucking wild. The revision, it's straight up like some Goebbels style shit where with like the Hyperborea Aryan fucking mythos. It's not really that much different because all of it is ultimately hyper nationalistic, racial supremacist fucking fascism. That's what ultimately it is. That's what Zionism is. It's a different brand of that, structure of the idea. Nazism is another structure of that fucking premise. Like the fucking shit going on in China with like the hyper hot nationalistic shit that Xi, and their government push, especially against Uyghurs, and shit like that. Same fucking premise. It all is the same kind of foundation, same fucking shit. Just from a different, cut of the cloth. And fuck all that shit. That fucking cloth is ultimately gonna fucking kill all of us if we don't fucking burn it. And shit, we gotta start somewhere. But it's like because holy shit, it gets wild to like how much a lot of this like colonialist expansionism, whether it's via like American/Western aspects of things or the Israel, Russia, or China, like regardless of what fucking sphere of the world it comes from, it's all a fucking poison. Ultimately, that's just what it fucking is. And that's why, I'm against a lot of like this electoral shit, supporting that, it's like, cause, like the plight of labor is a global plight. And that's what I fucking, care about. Like, cause you think a lot of these, like Arab, or even like, some of these, Israeli people, that, are fucking working a 9 to 5 and shit, it's like, you don't think I don't care about them? I mean, I do. I just hate where the trajectory they're going. That's what I hate. I'm willing to like forgive if they're willing to fucking actually like see the reality of their fucking problem. But if not, then fuck them. That's kind of how I feel about this because they're like a part of the problem against the worker, against the proletariat that is struggling against a lot of this oppression, and that's where like the whole injury to one is an injury to all. Like I really do believe in that kind of shit. Like, cause maybe I'm not, having to deal with the plight, with a lot of people, in other parts of the world, but hey, the injuries that they suffer from is, as far as I'm concerned, is an injury to me. Cause we all suffer from this fucking shit. Different ways, for sure. I definitely got way more privileges than, some Palestinian, worker out there that still somehow got a job or whatever, but it's still, it's like, I mean, that plight, I care about just as much. If anything, I guess arguably a little more so just because like they just got it way more worse. They got it more bad. And we shouldn't forget about that. Because especially if we're in a more globalized society. If we're in a more globalized society, then shouldn't we want to care about like people on different parts of the world? Seems like, being in a global society, especially when it comes to social media and the internet, we seem to forget that really fucking quickly. If I remember, I think Kusaz means a Y. If I remember right. Another reason why I need to learn Spanish. I need to learn a lot of fucking like vulgar slang in Spanish too, so I can like, someone fucking gets on my nerves, I can just like, just call them a bunch of raunchy, horrible shit in Spanish, and they're gonna be like, what? I'll just say, I was just saying that I think you were just kind of being silly and dumb, and I'm just contemplating that in my mind. Sorry. I just think your idea was dumb. While, in the meantime, I'm calling him like a donkey fucking, shit eater or something. A donkey fucking shit eater? Okay, I need to learn that in Spanish. I want to know how to say donkey fucking shit eater in fucking Spanish. I gotta throw that at a motherfucker, dude. I know Berdo is a donkey in Spanish, so I know Berdo will be in there. Dude, I want to learn that so bad now. Dude, this is no reason why I learned Spanish. Because, dude, saying some vulgar shit and, like, in Spanish at somebody goes so hard. Dude, I remember a few people at the protests back, especially, like, at, the protests against ICE in Portland. Which, the fact that we have a fucking ice facility in Portland honestly pisses me off, but whatever. But like, dude, I remember a few times streaming that type of shit, and there was a few people just going off in Spanish, saying like, you dumb pig ass motherfucker, blah, 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 all sorts of shit. And I'm just like, dude, oh my God. Another example where I'm just like, man, I wish I learned some Spanish. Same as this song too. More reasons right here. It's like, fuck. Because this music goes so hard. True, yeah. God, that feels so good. I'm actually kind of surprised I'm not really that sore after my trip from Seattle. Just because, like, I was kind of moshing pretty hard out in the fucking pits in Seattle. Because it was pretty good. Pretty fun little pits, but not as intense as like Testament Creator from Portland. That's one thing I've noticed about like Seattle. They're just like, they will go hard occasionally, but it's in bursts. Like all the bands, at least at one point or another, had to kind of encourage the crowd to start moshing a little bit. Sepultura was like the only one that really didn't have to, but like the rest of the bands kind of had to a little bit. I'm just like, Seattle, y'all go hard, but y'all what? Like just burst into energy, just like, and then just like wear yourselves out too quick. Like what the hell? Up here in PDX, down here in PDX, like we stay pretty consistent. Like Russian girls, I guess. I'll like any chick that I think is attractive. If they have to be Russian, then cool. If they have to be any other background or ethnicity, then cool. I mean, I don't, so don't really have like an exact preference one way or the other, but I don't know. There's definitely been Russian girls that have been, attractive and shit, and stuff, like when it comes to, beauty. So, but, I'm just kind of a guy that, can acknowledge beauty when I see it, despite whatever background someone is. I guess just proof of that. Like, I'm not gonna lie, Algerian French black women are pretty hot as fuck. I remember seeing, like, I don't know why this memory still sticks to me to this day, but I remember when I was in Iceland when we were leaving, I was waiting for some of the folks, to get out of the bathroom, so I was just kind of sitting out, just kind of sitting there waiting. And then there was these two, like, 7 foot plus tall black women speaking French, and my assumption was they were probably Algerian black women, like French Algerian, and they either were sisters or very close friends. I couldn't tell, but they were walking past me, and I just kind of went. I'm 6'2", by the way, so I literally looked up and went. And I kind of like not gonna lie, I kind of took a little a little analysis on both of them, and I'm just like. Not only are they like tall dommy mommies, but they're also thick. I'm just like, what the fuck? And it made me realize that, dude, that like little mix right there, like, like a mixture, like a French Algerian mix, or like, maybe like a, like German Jordanian kind of thing or whatever. Like the little mixes like that, I'm just like, I love that shit. I like a little mixture. I like a little diversity, honestly, when it comes to stuff like that. That's why, like I said, I kind of, just acknowledge beauty when I see it, kind of thing, because I don't really have a preference, but especially from at least what I can kind of tell from my experiences of being like, whoa, look at this person. They're always like, at least, mixed in some way or shape or form. At least to some, degree. And So I definitely know for sure that I definitely love like the idea of like a mixture of things going on. Because I'm a Northern European mutt, so it's just like other, like European type of people. Like I do find them attractive, but it's like I kind of want a little blend of some other shit going on. You know what I mean? Like if I, was dating somebody. And gender don't even fucking matter at that point. It's just attractiveness kind of shit. But I do kind of like a little mix, I will admit. Like if there is a preference, a little mixture is, what I like. And how the roll of dice, goes with that, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't really matter too much to me. Because there's like a lot of like, features about like, Asian, European, Arab folk, Turkic people, mestizos, indigenous folk, like there's something about like every background of, human that I can always find like some beauty and shit. Like I especially, think that like Native American people are very beautiful. Like, and I know that like, probably most like Native dudes are probably not, bi or gay, but not gonna lie, man. It's like, dude, a lot of like, male indigenous dudes, kind of odd as fuck, not gonna lie. I love like, the culture of like, the long hair and how they really, truly value, having long hair and doing braids and stuff. I love that shit. That's so cool to me. I don't know too much about it, but the very little that I do know and how much value they, that, indigenous people, at least in America, value having long hair and shit. And especially as a little white boy myself, loving my long hair too. It's like, I respect it. I love shit like that. Not the only culture to like, have a value to, hair and attachment, and shit and stuff like that. But it's like, how they kind of value it. It's like, from what I understand, it's not like, absolute, but there's like a lot of different, aspects about there's a value towards like, it's pretty much like the source of power of like your ancestors and like, of who you are as a, not just yourself, but a representation of, your people, so to speak. It's like, there's like a lot of sense of, not just, individual identity, but also like a cultural, like tribal identity that comes in with, braids, when it comes to like indigenous people, because they also have different styles of braids and different styles of headdresses and shit like that. I mean, depending on the tribe and, the peoples and shit, and stuff like that fascinates the fuck out of me. I love shit like that because, unfortunately, as sad as it is, most of that has been wiped off the face of the earth because of the, well, as they say, the white man, basically, with colonialism manifests destiny. But what's still around, and especially seeing, young men and young women who are about my age or a little older or younger, still holding true and kind of like strong to a lot of those traditions, and at least, representing that in music and different culture and stuff like that. Like the band 1876 that's out here in Portland. Like, I mean, I love that they incorporate a lot of that powwow style, like indigenous, music, into punk. It's so fucking awesome to me because it really expands a lot of the culture and shows that, hey, we're still here. We're still kicking. And they really push that shit out, in a way. And metal's the same way, too. Like, there's a lot of metal bands in America, like Death Angel, Testament, like there's a few that I can't really name right off the top of my head, but there's like a lot of different bands that, in the metal scene, at least in America, that, most of them are, native folk. Like a Death Angel, I think like outside of their drummer and I think their bass, their drummer and their bassist, outside of those two, their other guitarists and the vocalists are, they're natives. And in Testament, it's their guitarists and their vocalists that are, indigenous folk. And they even have a song called Native Blood that's, dedicated to, indigenous struggle with Testament, which that song goes so fucking hard. That is such an awesome song. I mean, I'm not indigenous myself, but I absolutely respect the fuck out of it. I love it. I mean, and I, at least just on the virtue of just like learning about it and just being curious about it. I mean, I want to at least, spread the knowledge of it at least a little bit from what I at least understand and know about, because it's cool shit. I mean, even with the very little that I do know about, it's really cool shit, especially when it's incorporated into a lot of different like, music and, different, like, backgrounds of these different scenes that I especially am into when it comes to like the metal and punk scene and shit, because there's a lot of overlap with shit like that. And it's so cool, to like see that in a corporation, especially when there's like such an overlap with, that kind of countercultural, like kind of fuck the system kind of idea, that's incorporated with like punk and metal a little bit. Why masturbation more pleasurable than sex? It's not. I mean, if that's how you feel, then you, not to be mean, but you might want to touch grass at least a little bit. Because it definitely ain't. I mean, it's fine and it's cool, but it's like, if it's more pleasurable to you than just regular old sex, then you might want, I don't know, you might want to touch a little grass and, get out there a little more, you know what I mean? Like, because it ain't. Dude, having another partner there, that's a whole different fucking thing than just like having like a little fleshlight or some shit, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, it just totally different thing. I don't know what's going on in your life where you feel otherwise, but I guess it's on you. I mean, I don't know, because I can't help you with that. Because, I don't know, man. It just ain't. Speaking of that indigenous stuff I was talking about, 1876 happened to be popping up. I'll turn up a little bit just because of that. Just kind of proved that whole powwow punk kind of thing I was talking about.
Can't see the sunrise anymore.
One more, fuck it. I got it in my pocket. I'm still in a good mood, still vibing. Ugh. Honestly, like, because, at least, I'm still kind of on the idea a little bit, what we're just like kind of talking about a little, this before the other comment I just read. Like, this is special why, for me at least, I think I can never truly be a conservative on really anything, and really, I guess, at worst, be a libertarian, maybe. Because, like, I just can't understand this idea of, like, looking at another ethnic group or another race or whatever the fuck, just be like, ugh. It's like, man, like, you're shutting yourself out to so much shit because of stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, because I'm okay with the idea of like maybe critiquing culture and stuff like that. I mean, I do believe, I do think that like, culture is maybe, something that's more subjective versus like, an ethnic thing, because like you can't choose that shit. That's a lot of like ethnic background is really just due to long-term evolutionary adaptations that different people of the human species evolved into. Like, I mean, that's why you have like Nepalese and Tibetans that can basically like breathe very little oxygen, but yet run laps over you basically because you could absorb more oxygen without breathing as much and shit like that because they live in such high fucking mountains and stuff. And also a lot of Ethiopians, too, are kind of the same way because they have a lot of high land mountains and shit like that, too, themselves. And so it's like these are like, and those are like the two, like, main ethnic groups that kind of have these, like, extra, like, oomph, basically, that are just unique due to the evolutionary adaptations of the region they've, been there for, like, thousands of fucking years. I mean, it's the same thing for any other fucking region. And that type of shit is just happenstance. I mean, it's like, you think, people over the generations chose to be there? Of course not. I mean, it's just happenstance kind of shit. So why should that be, like, seeing some unique thing? Just because my ancestors, by happenstance, happen to be Northern Europeans for the most part, like Norwegian, Northern Germanic, Dutch, Anglo-Saxon, fucking Irish motherfuckers, it's like, it's kind of cool to learn about that shit, but does it ultimately fucking matter? Not really. It's cool to learn about. It's fun to learn about for sure. But I mean, the idea to like, make it like this ultimate, like, this makes me better, or some shit. It's just so stupid to me. I just find that type of shit so fucking silly. I even will see like some more like, you know, lib/lefty or kind of people do that type of shit. Like my friend Tyler's like a leftist in a way, but he'll do shit like that. You know, I'm just like, is this like kind of ethnic ancestral like honor thing really gonna fucking matter? Do you think your ancestors are gonna like recognize like what the culture and society looks like now versus back then? And do you think you're gonna give an iota of a fuck about what you're doing? You know what I mean? It's like, does it like, if anything, they'll probably freak the fuck out being like, oh shit, this is the world now. They'll probably literally have a seizure and die. Just realize what the world is. You know what I mean? I don't like, so why does it matter? You know, it's like, who gives a shit? I can kind of get like, you know, the idea of the value of like, you know, hey, this is my thing, especially when it comes to like dish pieces, like I was talking about from earlier. But like, especially when it comes to like a white bowl like me, it's like, doesn't really matter. I mean, if anything, like, because I could go back in my records and find that, you know, far back enough, at least on my mom's side, I technically got a little royalty in me. Like, I forget exactly which King Richard, but, you know, at least on my mom's side, my family could go far back enough to where we're distantly related to one of the King Richards in England. I think it's King Richard the 12th, but I might be wrong. I forget which one it is. It's either King Richard the 3rd or King Richard the 12th. I forget which one. There's a few King Richards, but I know it's one of those two. You know, and at least, you know, when it comes to either the 3rd or the 12th, I forget which one. It was one of those two. I'll have to, like, you know, ask him about it. But but there's like, you know, it's cool, but it's like, do I give a fuck about that? Not really. It's fun to learn about because then I can kind of learn about what that do is about and maybe some of the relatives that may or may not be related to me. But, you know, fuck the royalty, fuck the monarchy. Like, you know, I ain't gonna give a shit about that first and foremost. I'd rather learn more about like my Northern Germanic Norwegian side of me, because I guarantee you, if I had to like, you know, go far back enough, I bet like, you know, maybe one of my, you know, Irish ancestors on my mom's side, including the more royal Anglo-Saxon side, you know, there was probably like some Irish raider that found like, you know, royalty and had a little fun time. There was some shit, you know what I mean? Like, there might have been some shit. I don't know. I mean, I don't know all of it, but it'd be kind of interesting to learn a little bit about that. I just kind of know the general basics because my mom told me about it. So I kind of want to learn more about the extra details about that shit. Because I've been kind of curious as to where the complete detachment of the royalty came into play. Was it like a bastard child thing? Was it like, you know, some sort of servant that fucked the king or some shit? Like, what was it about? You know, I'm kind of curious of where it came from. Or was that even directly related to one of the kings? You know, was it like a relative to him? Like a cousin or something? Because I know I'm at least somewhat distantly related to one of them, but I just don't know how close or distant that is. It's cool, but, you know, it's not like, oh, that means I'm going to be all right living colonialist monarchist now because I honor my ancestors. No. Because if I really felt that way, that's pretty much just probably what I'd be like. I'd be like, let's reestablish the rich dynasty of England. Ugh. That'd be another multiverse version of Ignore out there, like being a monarchist. Dude, I'd probably be an American monarchist, because really enough, they exist. Those motherfuckers exist. Very, very minute. And you think I'm talking about like the MAGA guys that want like Trump as like a god king or whatever? No. I'm talking about like OG style traditional monarchy shit. Because their justification, from what I understand, from what I've read up about them, is that if we were to take, you know, George Washington and, you know, consider him as a monarch, you know, and go down his family dynasty, you know, in his whole family tree, which Robert E. Lee, by the way, is related to George Washington, so he technically may or may not have been the king of America, you know, if this were to be the path that America went down. There's a lot of wild shit where it's like there's different individuals, and there's still technically a direct lineage to George Washington today, to where we legit could, if we were a monarchy, would have a relative to George Washington as a king right now, or queen, because there's still a direct lineage technically. So a lot of these weird American monarchist types, again, a very, very tiny minority. No one cares about them. I'm just a weird political spurg where I just know about it. And, yeah, but You know, because there are people that have like done theory videos of like, what if George Washington decided to be a king, and what would America look like today? You know, hypothetically, and obviously it'd be way different. But again, with that hypothetical, Robert E. Lee might have been a fucking king of America, and that sounds like a very big nightmare. Sounds horrible, but nonetheless, I mean, because of that, there still technically is a direct lineage to where we could have a king today, a modern American king. And that is disgusting to me. I don't think the person that has the direct lineage, I forgot who that person's name is, but they literally have no interest in it. In fact, I don't even think they're involved in politics, really. I mean, you know, there's just a bunch of weird American monarchist types that just know about that kind of try to pressure it a little bit. And it ends up being kind of a meme occasionally, especially with the hyper, like political nerds. Like, nah. Because it really is a thing. It's not a really big thing. No one really wants to be a part of it, mostly. It's basically just like, you know, British royals that probably have like, well, not British royals, but like, you know, families from British royals, you know, that are butthurt and have always, you know, indoctrinated that into the kids, you know, every generation, basically. I guarantee you it's like some shit like that. I mean, straight up, dude. Because even like some of the most conservative, you know, fucking people that I know don't even want a monarchy. They might want a dictatorship, you know, at worst, but not a full-on monarchy and, you know, like, you know, dynastic kings and shit, you know, whatever. I mean, but they just want a dictatorship at worst. Because I have heard that before, too. I'm just like, now we'll sit there and be like, I'm borderline, don't even want to talk to you no more because that is unhinged shit. What the fuck? And I'll try to like break down why some of these people feel that way, and a lot of it's just like, we just need someone who's a strong man to just like, you know, show us the way because we're a bunch of we're just too stupid. I'm just like, is that projection because you're too stupid and you need a strong man to fucking show you the way because you're too ignorant, you know, to understand things? I would just kind of call him out and be like, and I'd be like, yeah, that's what I thought. Good talking with you. Because, dude, that shit straight up happens sometimes. I'm just like, man, why? What the fuck? You just want like some strong man or some dictator because you're just too insecure about your own self to be a critical thinker, and you just need some big daddy or big mommy to fucking show you the way. And it's like, and it kind of goes back into the whole electoral bullshit where people get whipped up into fear mongering from either side. You have to write. It's like these communist Marxists. You know, with Kamala, she's a Marxist. Let me just tell you, the woke left, oh, tremendous, very sad. Tremendously sad, folks. It made me do, And down the left, it's like, oh, Trump is going to fucking establish death camps for trans people. I don't know. And also whatever the fuck else and shit. It's like, it's just fear-mongering shit. It's just a way to whip people up, bro. It's like fucking a just fucking angers me and shit. Because, like, you're too fucking insecure about, you know, critical thinking to not realize this shit. Well, that's your fucking fault, not mine, brothers. And the right is definitely way worse about it, for sure. I mean, I think libs love to try to, you know, at least, you know, the Blue Anon style libs, you know, really try to think they're holier than thou on the ivory tower side of things. And, you know, I think are aware of it, but the MAGA chud and conservative types, they don't realize it. They're just too stupid to realize it. And honestly, I kind of pity that in a way. I kind of feel bad almost. That's kind of why I have more animosity to libs with their ivory tower sitting shit, because they kind of know better. They're critical thinking enough to know better and shit, but these, you know, MAGA chuds or these conservatives and shit, I just feel bad for them because they just don't know better. They just, you know, they just think, oh, dictatorship good, because I don't understand how things work, so we need someone who does. And they can think for me. It's like basically what they think. It's like, fuck, I feel bad for you, basically, because, like, Jesus Christ. You can't think for yourself at least a little bit? Apparently not. Yeah. Apparently not. That's why, honestly, especially when like Dad likes to kind of like pop in and into all of his politics because he happens to like listen to like a buzzword or like half of what I'm saying, and I'm always trying to explain shit and be like, bruh, nah. And he'd be like, nah, you're just listening to some woke liberal podcast bullshit. And it's like, what? Because you can't critically think for yourself, so you need Lars Larson on the radio to tell you what's for or some shit, bro? It's like, come on, dude. I don't need like Kyle Kalinske from Secular Talk or Paul Zigo from his shit or TJ or anyone else. I don't need them to tell me what's for. I just like to listen to them because like they're not going to give me a bunch of bullshit. Frankly, that's why. Their opinions and commentary are secondary. I just happen to agree with it more often than not. But like, I just know they're not going to give me bullshit, and I trust the fucking shit that they give me. Because they're not going to fucking weave like some weird bias into it. They'll give me the fucking facts first and then put the commentary second. Mike Figueredo, like a lot of these other folks do this type of shit. Maybe like DFF with TJ, Paul and Scotty, like maybe not so much. They put their opinions more first than anything else, but they got their new segment and they'll talk their honest opinions about how that, how they feel about that shit. Sometimes they will do some memes and do some joke shit, a lot. But at the end of the day, when they're not doing that, they're telling their fucking true feelings about that shit. And I respect that. Not only are they critically thinking, but they just tell it, how they feel about it. And maybe I don't always agree with it, but that's okay. I don't always agree with Mike or Kyle or Paul or TJ or anyone else, shit, or David Dole from Rational National. I don't always agree with them, but I'm at least, they ain't giving me bullshit. They're giving me the, the honest fucking shit, and then they put the commentary, besides, outside of that, and, hey, maybe I disagree with some of the commentary, maybe I don't. But that's okay. Honestly, sometimes I, vehemently disagree with what some people say. Like, I remember, on the Leftist Mafia with Matt Bender and David Dole, and it was somebody else on there too that what's her fucking name, Rebecca. It was just those three on the show last week, and they were talking about Sean O'Brien is like interview, I think, on like CNN or some shit, and they're talking about like, oh well, no, he's just basically like cholesterol stuff, whatever. I forgot exactly all the details, but I was watching Mike's, version of the stream because all the channels, will still stream the podcast, despite maybe one of them not being there or not. And I put in like one of those like membership chats or whatever the fuck, because you don't. If you have a membership, you can basically do a super chat without really having a super chat. If that makes sense. And I put one in there being like, well, he's trying to kind of reach out to kind of like blue collar conservative type of people who are like pro-union, but happen to maybe be conservative. That might on the radio, I couldn't put it in it all in one chat, but like the basic general gist is like that. Like they might be listening on the radio, listening to the RNC bullshit because, their talk radio thing might legit just be some conservative talk radio, and they might be broadcasting that. Shit like that, it's like, and also like what he's trying to do is transcending electoral politics kind of shit, for labor politics. And agree, disagree of how he did it, that's what he was trying to do. And like, basically both of them were like, nope. No. Electoral politics is actually, definitely trust over labor politics because that, because like, they're not the same when it comes to shit. Blah, blah, blah. And they just immediately were just like went down on that shit. I'm just like, man, if I had like $5 or $10, I would be like, yo, what's a Discord that I can pop into or some shit? I want to talk about this. But I was also working, so I was like, because I had a lot to respond to what they were saying. This is another thing where man, YouTube, can we have some screen share with your own fucking YouTube shit? Because this is a moment right now where I really kind of want to like react to what they were saying directly, because I don't want to like, take, shit out of context of what they were saying, but it's like, I know at least what Matt was saying, it's like, well, it's not the same because Republicans obviously are just inherently anti-union, which I don't disagree with. Certainly, definitely, no disagreement there. And it's like, and Sean Byrne to be there, they aren't saying blah, blah, blah. It's like, it was just inherently, wrong, and just, they're just using it, which I don't think it's inherently wrong. The idea of the RNC and the Republicans, GOP using them, sure. In fact, honestly, a lot of the GOP weren't even in favor of that in the first place because Trump was the one who invited them. Why? I don't know. Probably just to fucking galvanize his own fucking support, for, the uneducated, blah, 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 whatever. Either way. But, to just basically shut it all down because, like, he made a speech there and, sure, it wasn't the most, like, the greatest speech or whatever the fuck, whatever. But, I mean, the whole foundation of what he was trying to do is to reach out to a lot of maybe, like, these blue-collar truckers or a lot of these other blue-collar workers who might be listening on the radio that is certainly going to be more right-leaning and might be listening to that. And if there's at least, some more pro-union kind of shit, it gets them more on board with that, even if they happen to be conservative. Because if they have other, workers in their, workplace that, part of the same union that might be more leftier than they are especially, then it's like, well, maybe there is something to this whole union thing that they've talked about before in the past. Maybe I should talk with them. Maybe I should kind of listen to what they were saying about this because maybe there is something to that. Like that's kind of the whole point of what he was trying to do. I mean, and to basically just shut all that down and maybe, and this to say that there isn't like any criticism to be made, but just like completely be like, nah, fuck that, fuck him, and just leave it at that. It's like, nah, like you have to at least see what he was trying to do. Disagree with how he did it, especially with the execution, sure. And honestly, another thing I think he, and I do critique him on, that he should have done is pressure DNC. It's like, hey, I made a speech here in the RC. Put me on give me 2 minutes, on your fucking stage on DNC. You're not inviting me, but you know what? Fucking put me on there. You got Sean Fan there, put me there. I'll make the, similar speech, but for you guys. Do it. Come on. You want to fucking, paint me as a bad guy, or you want me, be a good guy for the work kind of thing. He could have done something, and I do critique him about that because the DNC never invited him, to make a speech, but he should have pressured it. He should have been like, instead of being like, oh, they never invited me, so fuck them. You should have been like, hey, I tried to pressure them to invite me, but they never did because I decided to accept an invitation to the RNC, and I pressured them to invite me to DNC so I can make my speech there. If anything, he might have been able to flex a little bit with that and kind of look a little good, being like, hey, you got Sean Fan there, but why not me? I mean, it's like, I can make a similar speech like him, just put me on a different day. Y'all going on for like 4 days. Have Sean Fan on one day, put me on a different day. Make the same argument. And, if anything, flex the RNC being like, not only we got Sean Fan, but you got me there too. Because I don't give a fuck about you Republicans. I'm making my fucking case, and I'm going to make it the same over here. You think I really gave a fuck that, you're the RNC and shit? I'm here for a different agenda. And, so fuck you, kind of shit. He could have done that. So I definitely disagree with, like, the overall execution of all of it, but I see what he was trying to do. It's like, fuck, dude. I just hate that, like, everyone just wants to immediately dismiss him and shit. It's like, he's a part of the broader, like, general strike movement for 2020. Sean Fain is, and he is too. I mean, it's like, you can't just immediately rule him out just because he made a mistake. It's like, union politics definitely has a lot of mistakes and a lot of shit where there's a lot of wraparounds and shit that happens for sure. And that's a part of it. But, like, this idea that, it's just like, oh, he's just, he's class traitor or whatever. It's like, no, he's not. He made some mistakes, but let the union politics fucking, hash that out. And if the Teamsters truly feel that he's not in the best interest of the Teamsters, then that's for them to decide. I'm not a Teamsters member, so, at the end of the day, that's not my, fucking, battle to fight when it comes to that. But at least, hey, I'm still going to put my 2 cents in about it because I'm also a union member, nonetheless. Just for a different union. Why does this have to be convenient? Because at the end of the day, it's about which side you're fucking on, that's what it's about. Now is the union, it does battles. Because, politicians, left, right, or otherwise, sure shit, unfortunately, are not going to be in favor of that. That's also why the Battle of Blair Mountain, the Haymarket Affair, a lot of genuine, violent fucking labor uprisings and labor strikes have happened in the past. Even in recent contemporary history in the last couple of years, there's been a few times where it's been kind of violent a little bit. Not everywhere, but some places. I remember with the UAW strikes, like out in Detroit, there was like a few people like that drove by some of the strikes, talking shit. Those union members did not give a fuck. They came up to him being like, "You want to fucking say some shit, bitch?" And like, ended up being a whole scuffle and shit. It's been a few times where the cops have broken up, some of these strikes and shit. I mean, this is recent history too. It's not just like some historical shit. And at least if there's one thing I'm very optimistic and happy about is that like this whole like pro-union thing has been, at least around here, has been so much more active subtly, in comparison to, any time that I can remember for sure. I'm seeing a lot of people that got like longshoremen union, hoodies or t-shirts, or got like SEIU shirts or, stuff like that, or at least, like some random t-shirt that says Union Strong and whatever the fuck. I'm seeing a lot of that more lately than ever. And, and at the end of the day, that shit is what makes me happy. Fuck the Kamala Waltz signs that I see out in the neighborhood and shit. Fuck that shit. I want to see some, like, people with, like, some Union Strong banners and shit like that, because that's what really ultimately matters right there. Because if we really want to fucking change some shit, like, at the end of the day, labor and workers, getting together and organizing their power against, the very fucking few that want to hoard everything against us, that's where really ultimately, shit can change. And I'm just so happy that there's more of that influence happening more than ever. Like, I'm just, I'm kind of glad I was able to kind of like realize that before it really started kicking off it nationally. But now it's like, now it's there. And a lot of people are aware of it more than ever. And it just makes me happy because to be able to have some time, weirdly enough, to kind of like learn about a lot of this shit, especially historically with America's history with this. Oh, it's so fun. Having these conversations with different people, conservative, lefty, apolitical, otherwise, having these conversations with people, especially at the bar and shit, dude, they're the most funnest conversations for me. Political, but, nonetheless, very fun. And there's a lot of productive, like, back and forth where it's great. There's very little, like, animosity when it comes to that because it's a common struggle. It's like I was saying from earlier, an injury to one is an injury to all, and we all, especially in America, we're all injured, as, the broader worker. So it's like, and, maybe we all have different injuries or struggles when it comes to it, but at the end of the day, we're all fucking struggling with that. That's why, as far as I'm concerned, like, every worker, not just in America, but globally, should all be a part of, like, some form of a union, including artists, content creators, industrialists, lumberjacks, electricians, everybody. If you're fucking, busting your ass, to earn some fucking pay and shit, you should be a part of it. And be a part of, like, a broader international, global fucking, big union grand. That's what I'm always been about. Why is, like, every song so far being convenient about what I'm talking about? What the fuck? The Worker song by Dropkick Murphys, dude. What the fuck? Alright, turn it up. I don't even give a fuck if this copyrights me. I'll turn it up. Oh, what is walking when the fat cat's about? All of these things the worker has done, tilling the fields to carrying the gun. We go to the plow since time first began. You're expected to carry the crown. I like how it was a little bit of a live version of it too. Sir Goff, there's another fucking song that doesn't relate to what I'm talking about. I'm just, bruh. Because I put a randomization thing on this thing. So somehow, like, the algorithm just knew that I was gonna, get into it. Well, no, I guess not. It's just some ska punk. Here, I'll take a little liquid quick. I'll be right back. turd muffin. You're a little turd, bro. Don't be giving me that look. Trying to knock me over and shit, you fucking little mutt. What little shit? And then he tried to sit in his chair, and then he tried to get on the table next to the chair. I had to like, be like, no. I had to really enforce that law right there. I was like, oh, hell no. You're not going to be laying down your ass on a fucking table. I caught him doing that once already, and I was not happy about that. And apparently he has not learned his lesson yet. You're just being a rebellious little shit, you know that? Do not be giving me that look, you little turd. Oh my god, that fucking little homunculus. Straight up a homunculus, dude. He locked himself in there. Dude, I don't get him, bro. He literally closed the door on himself over there. He was staring at me, and then he like walked away on one edge of the fucking laundromat room. And then he bumped his little snoot so he can close the door and lay right next to it. Now he's just hanging out right next to that door. What a weirdo, bro. I don't even get it. What a little homunculus. Goddamn goofball, bro. Shit. Man, I'm definitely going to see who's going to be committed to go see Fishbone later this year. I'll even buy some tickets for some motherfuckers, to be honest. I found some weed in the dumpster the other day, enough for a fat bowl. Nice. How did you find weed in a dumpster? Why were you sniffing for a dumpster? Hold on, wait. How did that even happen? Where you toss some shit in the dumpster and you're like, what's this? Oh, it's a bag of weed. Bag of weed, a bag of weed. Everything's better with a bag of weed. But that's pretty dope. A reasonable question. I mean, honestly, it really is, though. I mean, it's like, I found a nice fat bowl in a dumpster. I'm just like, wait a minute, hold on. Let's look for free boxes and recycle bins. That's actually a valid answer. That's understandable. It's like, yeah, let's see if I can find some boxes I can use. Fair enough. But hey, a little fun surprise. Empty one of the boxes out and a small round extract container fell out. Ooh, and there's a little bit of weed in there. Oh, dude, somebody probably, left it in there as like a part of recycling and just like forgot about it. Has the crumbs of extract and some weeds in it. Nice. Damn, someone's little like emergency stash, was lost. But hey, one man's loss is another man's win. I'm not sure, actually. It was STEMI, so maybe it was just got lazy and said, fucking buy more. Probably. If you got, like, some nuggets on a major stem, more often than not, you're just going to say fucking just go get some more. Especially got for money for it, so that's probably what happened. Especially around here. Yeah, that's more likely than not. Man, I wish I had more trees for Sukov so I can get him out of there. Goofball. A little goof. Oh shit, what should I do for food? I just realized. I got glizzy that I had from last night that I have saved. I haven't eaten it yet. I got the bun for it too. But I got some greens for that. But I also got like these, like spicy pot stickers that I think Scotty, my coworker, forgot to grab. So I got them bad boys too. Then got some fufu for me and Suzu. Shit. I actually got like a little hodgepodge of shit. Now that I realize. I was just realizing, oh wait, I need some fufu. But I just realized, like, oh shit. Holy fuck, pot stickers are grubbing. Oh, I know, dude. Pot stickers are so good. Dude, the way our main China chef Wayne cooks them, oh, dude, they're so good. Little bit of soy sauce on them bad boys. What's even more amazing, they're custom made pot stickers. Like they're ones that have like a little bit of a spicy tang to them a little bit, and they already are kind of like a little oiled up and seasoned, extra. They're not like the normal pot stickers you get out of our China case, and I'm just like, fuck. Skittle. You unfortunately have lost some amazing dankness, and I'm about to like go hardcore on. Made it work. Yeah, I got them right here. Yeah, let's see which one it is. Oh yeah, here they are. Yeah, dude, look at these bad boys. Oh yeah, you can see all the they look a little like funky, but you got the peppers in there and shit. Oh, dude, these smell so fucking good. They got a little condensation, but that's just because they've just been sitting here for an hour. Well, I guess 3 hours, whatever. They're in the warmer pretty much the entire day. I mean, they're gonna be not as good, because if they were fresh, they'd be extra dank. I'm gonna have to reheat those in the microwave, and they're not gonna be as good, but they're still gonna be fucking fire. They're still gonna be fire as fuck. And with a little glizzy, and I think that actually might be able to do me now that I think about it. Guess I got some of this. Got like 2 bottles of these bad boys. Dude, I don't know if you ever seen these yet, but if you ever find these, you gotta get this. This shit is so good. Okay, Mexico, dude. It's a Spanish or it's a Mexican mineral water beverage, but it's just basically, it's like a Fanta, but it's not a soda. I don't even know how to explain it. It's basically like a vitamin water, but it's more like a soda without the carbonation. If that makes sense. It's good though. It's fucking amazing. I'm so glad my store's starting to carry that now, because dude, that's been my new favorite thing. What's it called? Peñafiel, I think. Here, I'll just show the bottle again. It's a Peñafiel, I think. And this is just the orange flavor. They also have a lime flavor too. I'm sure they have other flavors, but those are at least the 2 flavors that are being sold at my store. It's like a Fanta and Sun D. It's a mineral water made a baby, and this is what it was. It's got a little bit of a Sun D flavor, with a little carbonation of like a Fanta or something, but it's a mineral water. I don't know how that works, but it works, and it's amazing. It's delicious. I love the fuck out of it. It's so delicious. Just having that little sip that I just had was just like, I've checked Safeway next to me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Safeway might be able to carry it, because I don't know where your cold sodas and shit like that are, because at least for me, it's next to like the alcohol and a few other things and shit. So that's at least where I can find it. So just look in that section. Like if you have like the cold, beverages, or you have like, your single Dr. Peppers, Coca-Cola, shit like that, blah, blah, blah. Go in that section. That's probably where it's going to be. If you're in like the soda slash like sport drink, and water aisle, it's not going to be there. At least not in my store. Maybe at yours, maybe, but not in my store. There's only one spot where I can find those, and there's not that many of them. So I just kind of stock up on those bad boys because they're cheap as fuck. So I just stock the fuck up on them when I find them. Because they're legit fucking good, dude. I kind of held off on the lime flavor, but there was a while where there was nothing but the lime flavor. I tried that. It's good. Not as good as the orange flavor, but it's fucking tasty. Tastes like a Sprite. My jam is take a Safeway 12 packs of ginger beer and mix it with lemon liquid. Ooh, that sounds pretty good. Ugh. That burp is nice. This is avocado phone. It is. What you have to do is you on my avocado phone. Lol. Dude, Montevega and the Sit and Shivas are so awesome. Safeway Kitchen has deals on the 12 packs for 3 for $10. Amazingly cheap. I wish that my Safeway was doing shit like that. Dude, the sales that we have are kind of bunk. A little bit. I'm honestly kind of surprised that we, kind of get the business that we do. There's even a dude that like showed up like right when we're closing up as I was pulling everything. He was asking like, "Do you have discounts? Once you close up and stuff?" And I was like, "Well, not usually, but let me know what you want, and I could probably hook you up." And it's like, "I just want like one of those like special meals and stuff." Because our China case, I didn't pull that quite yet. But there was like barely anything there. But what he wanted was basically just some chow mein, which there's like, I don't even know why he wanted that. There was barely any of it left. It was mostly vegetables and maybe like the tiniest amount of chow mein, basically. I was like, "Do you want me to split it with the rice?" And he's like, "I don't want a rice." I was like, "Okay. I don't know why you don't want that, because you're not really getting a lot." But he wanted some of the spicy chicken that, was still pretty full. So I just fucking filled it up, dude. I just filled it up with that, sweet fire chicken that he wanted, and just stuffed the fuck out of it and gave him a little deal out of it. Why? I don't know. I guess he doesn't like rice. Dude, some people are just weird about that. Some people just hate the fuck out of chow mein. Some people hate the fuck out of rice. I don't know, man. I love both, so I don't give a shit, but some people are just really picky about it. Some people are just like that, man. I don't get it, but because I really try to be like, there's plenty of rice. There's like barely any chow mein. Are you sure? And he was like, "Yeah, I'm fine." I asked him like 2 or 3 times too. It's like, if you want chow mein in an entree, I mean, there's not much chow mein. I mean, you want to put a scoop of rice or something? He's like, "Nah." I asked him again, as I was putting the entree in there after I scooped all the chow mein. It's like, "Are you sure you don't want some rice?" And he was like, "Nah." And after I filled everything up, it's like, "I mean, we got a lot of rice. I mean, are you really sure?" And he's like, "Look, I get it, but no, I just wanted the chow mein." I'm just like, all right. I'm just saying, because there was barely any left. I mean, it was more veggie than chow mein. It's like, I'll make it work. I was like, okay. I gave, put the tag on there and all that. It's like, "You got a deal on that?" It's like, "Yeah, usually these are like $8.99 or whatever. So I gave it to you for $5.99 because that's usually the discount special that we have after like 7 o'clock or whatever." It's like, all right, that works. And just left. And I was like, but man, I don't get it, bro. There are just some people that are just kind of a little weird like that. he was chill, so I'm obviously going to give him a hookup. I mean, he wasn't being a dick about anything. He was just asking and being curious and just wanting a little something. Because usually our China chef will like put a couple of express meals, for the same price, out in our Henny Penny case. But he didn't do that. So, even though it's a little lukewarm, I just kind of told him it's like you might want to reheat it when you get home or when you eat it. But beyond that, there you go. Because some people will come in as we're closing up, and I don't give a fuck. I mean, if you're chill with me, I'll hook you up a little something. I don't really care. As long as you're just chill with me. If you're coming up to me and be like, what the fuck, you closed already? Why? Like, come on, can you give me a discount now? It's like, if you're doing some asshole shit like that, I'm like, no, we're closed. Sorry. We got some ready meal stuff over there on our iron cases if you want to go over there. But beyond that, now we're closed up, buddy. But if you're like, oh, hey, you got anything left over there? I didn't realize they were closed already. It's okay if, got a little discount or something. Remember? If you're being chill about it, I don't care. I worked there long enough. I mean, especially with how our department gets treated, I don't give enough of a fuck, to like enforce shit like that. Okay? If it's like 4 in the afternoon and you're trying to do some shit like that, I'm not going to care. But if it's like, we're closing up and you do that and you're chill with me, whatever, Best case scenario, if it's in the middle of the day, I'll be like, I could cook you some fresh stuff. And if you're willing to wait, I might hook you up. But if not, well, too bad, so sad. I try to help you. Because I'll do that. But some people, maybe for time constraints, legit will be like, I can't wait that long. And at that point, I'll hook you up, But if you're like, I don't want to wait that long. What the, just give me what you got. Yeah. And I'll be like, well, don't complain to me if, it's shitty. Basically. Like, don't be complaining on my ass. I gave you the option. If you complain to me and one of my supervisors or the PSCs show up and ask me about what happened, I'll tell them exactly, the same thing. I try to give them an option, try to hook them up. They just didn't want it. So I just gave them what we got. If they want to complain about it, it sounds like they were wanting to do that in the first place. And that's stupid and shitty because I gave them the option to get some good shit. Wow. Dude, yeah, dude, there are some fucking scummy people that will do shit like that, bro. I mean, I've told some stories about people that have tried to assault some of my coworkers in the past. Like, one of my coworkers who was pregnant, she literally had, like, some dude who got butthurt that we were out of coleslaw. She offered to make some fresh coleslaw for the guy. And he still was fucking ornery and anal about it. And when they did that, and he was like, you don't have to be disrespectful and be rude, blah, blah, blah. She was like, we don't have to, we could refuse the right to serve you because you're being disrespectful to us and you're being, kind of a dick, basically. And he fucking chucked the whole thing in coleslaw. I mean, I know I told that story before. I mean, and the only reason why she didn't, like, do a lawsuit or anything was because, like, she was leaving the company anyway. She was moving up to Washington and going to, a different job at that point. And plus, she was going to be doing it part-time anyway because she, was pregnant and was going to have a kid pretty soon. So, like, she did not give a fuck. I mean, unfortunately, maybe she probably should have, but I don't blame her because she's like, you know what? That's just more of a reason to get the fuck out of here kind of shit. Fuck this place kind of thing. And I don't blame her. Obviously, she's actually doing pretty good with her kid and stuff because, like, I mean, from my understanding, she got, a house inherited up in Washington from her grandparents, and, is now living up there, raising her kid, while I think her husband's, doing most of the work and kind of stuff, basically kind of like the best outcome of, what little of the American dream there is for people our age and shit, you know what I mean? Because she was pretty cool and awesome, so I kind of wish I at least, got one of her socials or something just to be like, hey, what's up, kind of thing, just to chit chat with her because she was pretty cool. She was pretty awesome. And also kind of a little bit of a punk herself, in a way. Had a couple tats, a few piercings and shit. And her and I got along really well and stuff, the few times that we were working and shit. So that suffers from brain damage that ruins their ability to be civil or people read right. Unfortunately, I wonder if lead has something to do with that because, man, like for me, in my experience, is always like boomers mostly that grew up where lead was like pretty much predominantly around in society instead of microplastics. Like, and basically just, yep, led to, yeah. At least in my experience, that's what seems to be the major problem. Not like, I don't get like, my tweakers and people that might have some PTSD and shit like that. I definitely got people like that before too, but more often than not, it's always some disgruntled boomer that wants to like, basically make their fucking bullshit, like, everyone else's problem, whatever it is. It's like, ugh. Is essentially inert. If you got microplastics in your body, I do not think that shit is inert. I'm pretty sure microplastics in the body are not inert. It might not be doing the same neurotoxin damage that lead does, but it's definitely fucking with our bodies. That's for sure. So, I mean, I don't know about it being inert. Microplastics in the body are certainly not inert. I do not know about that. I mean, maybe there are chemically inert plastics does not react easily with our body chemistry, hydrocarbons need solvents to break down. I mean, if there's like the consistent like rate of microplastics that are getting into your body, like, I mean, has there been like, data and study based off of like, microplastics being in our bodies to where it's actually kind of fucked with us a little bit? Because from what I understand, like, they cause havoc with obstructions. Well, that's what I mean. Like, because from what I understand, like, there are definitely, elements about microplastics that have, from my understanding, statistically have made, like, for example, like men a little bit more, like, less fertile, so to speak, in a sense, just because, like, microplastics obstructing different elements of, like, hormones and different shit, and, the dick, basically. There's microplastics in our brains, in our lungs, in our like heart, in our blood. Like it's like, I mean, that's just like statistically an average. Maybe like the spectrum of like how much microplastics are in the human body might be different from person to person, but on average, everyone's got some microplastics in them in some way, shape, or form, and chances are it's all over your body. And that's the most insane shit. Endocrine disruption, yes, yeah. Like, there's a lot of things about microplastics that fuck with us, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of, like, these different things that, especially, like, hormonally that people kind of struggle with might play a role with that. I mean, a lot of these other things, for various different reasons, definitely do as well. Also, microplastics carry heavy metals and other shit. Lovely! Awesome! That just makes it better! And I guarantee you, I mean, some of those microplastics might carry some lead as well. Like, the standing cups? Like, I mean, they, got some, like, lead in the fucking, like, base bottom of their fucking, like, cups or whatever the fuck. But also some plastics and other, fucking, components in that shit, too. Oh, my, I don't even want to know what the fuck that does to people. It's everywhere. I know. I think, like, I remember reading not years ago, but maybe, like, a couple years ago, article that says that on average, a modern human, like, like an American, Canadian, modern Western, like, Japanese, modern Western person broadly, like, on average, consumes about a credit card's worth of microplastics a week. On average. Just collectively. And that is fucking insane. And I'm sure a lot of it, just goes through our system and just ends up being a part of our bio waste and shit. But a lot of that is staying in you. A good chunk of that is just stuck in you. And that is what's freaky. It's like over enough time, there's going to be so much in your system that what the fuck is that going to do to you? It's one thing to have maybe a little bit here and there where, like, you got some, here and there in some parts of your body, like a little bit. That probably isn't as significant, but with enough of a long-term time frame, that is going to do some shit to you. It's like if you have, like, a day or two, or maybe at most like a week's worth of exposure to lead, maybe working on a job site, and that's literally it. Like, chances are the lead exposure there ain't going to really be that big of a deal. But if it's like a long-term, like multi-year, decade thing where like you got lead paint, lead shit in your pipes, where it's like kind of leaking into your water, all that shit, that's gonna fuck you up. It's like it's all about the exposure rate kind of shit. And back in the day, like no one really realized how lead fucked you up. And I think now we're only just starting to realize how much microplastics are going to probably fuck us up. We don't have the long-term studies, but once that shit starts coming in, oh boy, it's probably going to be bad. I think we're going to realize how much microplastics are not inert. It's going to do its own version of pretty severe damage. Hopefully it's really not that bad, and maybe there's like a way to like maybe take like supplement to maybe like help maybe like, because I know from my understanding scientists have been researching on like maybe doing like some bacteria that are specifically designed to break down plastics and shit and put that out in the environment where it's pretty much inert to everything else and specifically consumes those type of things. And there's been some progress on that from my understanding, but is it going to be viable to the point to maybe we can even have some of that in our own like gut bacteria or bodily bacteria and shit to where we can mitigate microplastic problems in our own body, because we'll have some of that to help like be in our system to kind of break it down a little bit. But also would that maybe bite us in the ass? I mean, where the bacteria thinks like our body is plastic too, or something like that. Because I think at least with microplastics there are a way to maybe like reverse that. But with things like lead and shit like that, I mean, unless we modernize our infrastructure, which at least luckily in most places in the country, I think it's gotten to that point. But there's still places like Flint. There's still a lot of like slowly but surely rotting cities and towns all over this country that still have to deal with this shit. So it's still a problem, but I mean, at least around here in Oregon, it ain't a big deal. But I mean, Michigan, Tennessee, Texas shit, I guarantee you there's still a lot of problems depending on where you live when it comes to shit like that. Depends on what type of plastic, mini plastics are inert, like PTFE. Sure. I mean, granted, yeah, that is another factor. I mean, there are different plastics where they are fairly inert for sure. But, there are so many different types of plastics out there, not just in the atmosphere or in, in the land, shit like that. Like, there's so many different things, where it's like, you might got, a bunch of microplastics that are inert, but there's definitely plenty, like acrylic, polyester, shit like that. It's giant mix of plastics. Yeah, exactly. It's just, and even if it doesn't necessarily impact us inherently, there's plenty of other life out there that probably gets fucked up because of that shit as well. I mean, look at the oceans, right? There's a lot of like smaller organisms that get fucked up by what might be inert to us, but probably is killing their species, entirely, for them. Even for macroplastics, like like this little 6-pack plastic rings, which most companies these days, have kind of eschewed that. I don't know if anyone knows it, but like you got like those big, like circular top solid, plastic things where you can just pop a can off and that's it. Like now it's a little different, which is better. I don't know if plastic wise it's, better, but at least, for making sure a turtle doesn't get his head stuck in one of those little rings, or its shell stuck in one of those little rings or whatever. Definitely better in that element. 6-pack rings for strangling sea life. Yeah. Which is why, at least one of the few good things that I'm sure you probably noticed before in the past, where you get different, like little 6-pack, little plastic holders. It's not the same little ring things, that they have, but it's like a big circle plastic thing that just goes right on top. You just boop, just pop it right off. And those, granted, are way better. I will grant that. I just kind of wish it wasn't necessarily like full on plastic or whatever. But, I mean, I get the understanding that, plastics, are kind of at least somewhat needed for various different products. I mean, I'm not inherently against it, but we need to be way more reasonable about this type of shit. We need to really kind of regulate, how we use it for sure. Not just for our own sake, but for the fucking sake of the environment. Yep, that's why I do that too. If I don't have anything to cut it with, I'll just rip it up myself. it does help, but unfortunately, there is other sea life that will see that and think food, and it will ingest it. But at least nothing's going to strangulate itself to death. I mean, if anything, if a sea life is willing to like eat that, it'll probably just go right through its system, and hopefully it'll be fine. But probably not. Though I will say, I mean, from what I've understand, like there are some climatologists that are saying that like the big peak of climate change is kind of like hit, but after this year is supposed to kind of like go for a decline phase of some of this. I really don't know how like completely true that is. What from when I was reading on the article a little bit and listening to what it was about, but like if that really is the case, then there at least I think could be an extension of being able to like figure some shit out a little bit. But I feel like some people would be like, "Oh, we'll see. Yeah, we'll fix the shit. We don't have to do much now," and they might just like slack off, when it comes to people and shit. But hopefully not, because even if that is the case, there's still going to be a lot of like long-term serious shit that's going to be going on for sure. Especially like in the West Coast or like the Pacific Northwest when it comes to wildfires and stuff. Like there's still going to be shit that's going to like be a problem, like hurricanes and shit. The warm as fuck like Caribbean Sea and Gulf of Mexico and shit like that. I mean, there's going to be a lot of things that are still going to be a problem for a while. But if there is kind of like a decline going on a little bit, then hopefully that does help like give us an opportunity to have maybe some breathing room to really figure some shit out a little bit. So I'll say this, especially if it comes to like a lot of younger people, like, the issue when it comes to climate change is definitely very paramount, and a lot of people's like, zeitgeist and mindset about these things. So especially once like a lot of the older generations kind of, at least, culturally, they're a little stuck up like, it's like back in my day, I used to be going to school walking 3 miles in a fucking negative 32-degree blizzard. It's like, as soon as that fucking mindset starts dying off, significantly towards a minority, I think that's when we can start at minimal seeing some incremental change and hopefully at best some radical change. Because realistically, there needs to be some serious radical change, to really start fixing the climate, especially, and that needs to be a global effort. But if people want to like other nations want to resist and they need to be kind of like dragged by their fucking scruff of their fucking collar, kicking and screaming. But at least at minimal, if we can at least force like some incremental like global efforts on this type of shit, then maybe it won't be completely fucked. But that's if like that trend is going to continue. Maybe it's just like a little anomaly in the broader trend of climate change, but hopefully it ain't. And if I think if enough governments, enough nations are able to like invest enough into this type of shit, then maybe maybe might be able to have at least a little light at the tunnel, at least when it comes to climate change. Now with the general dumbing down side of social media, yeah. I'm a cynical misanthrope when it comes to climate change, specifically about this type of shit. That's why I'm kind of like saying I'm hoping, because I'm pretty cynical when it comes to that. I feel like ultimately how I truly feel when it comes to climate change, I think we're just kind of fucked. We just have to like mitigate and minimize the damage that is going to happen. But if there's maybe like a trend to where there are certain elements of that are kind of declining, then Jesus, let's take advantage of it, Because, good Lord, because someone's got to have to ultimately give. Damn it. This little clock. Is California coming to draw already? I honestly don't know. I want to say, at least if I had to guess, I don't think yet. I think there's a lot of elements about like their policies and legislation shit that they're trying to, but when it comes to like gas powered like lawnmowers, leaf blowers, and shit like that, that's still a thing. because Paul lives in Fresno, or at least that's what I think. And sometimes, especially in the mornings when he's doing his morning streams, the fart humanity is always in the background. Someone mowing their lawn, using a fucking weed trimmer, using a wind, leaf blower, something. And it's always gas powered, so you can hear it literally like 3 or 4 houses down, where it's like, it, like straight up. If you watch Paul's streams, sometimes you'll legit just hear the fart of humanity in the background. And sometimes Paul will just bitch about it for a little bit. Not always, but every now and then you're like, oh, there's the fucking fart of humanity. And I don't blame him, bro. For me, it's not really shit like that. It's like, a car or a fucking, motorbike or some shit or whatever the fuck, It's like shit like that. It's usually some other shit. Or like a power saw, because one of my, neighbors are like, working on some shit. Kyle abandoned them and provided landscapers with rebates to get electric blowers. Well, at least when it comes to personal renters or individuals and shit, they haven't really enforced it quite yet. Because a lot of that shit's still in use. To be fair, I wish they would enforce it. Because honestly, it's one of the very few things that California's got going right for them. And honestly, California's in a lot of ways actually is pretty based. I kind of like California, honestly. I kind of see, them as the big brother of Oregon, but we just do things a little better on certain things. We don't got sales tax. We got no sales tax up here. So, I'm glad about that. And plus, we're not as expensive as, California. But California's bigger, so they got a lot of other, variety of shit going on. But so do we. That's why I like California. I mean, they're like basically a bigger version of Oregon, if you think about it. They're far worse than cars, pollution-wise. Their engines without a catalytic converter. Yeah, they're just straight at gas-powered little piston engine. And it's just like, just puking that shit out directly. Yeah, fuck that shit. An electric blower, even if it's a battery power one or a cord-based one, that shit works just as fine. Like, I got a, electric powered leaf blower, but we also have a gas powered weed eater and shit. But I also have a few other tools that are either hand powered or, or some other form of power, and they work just as fine. I actually have like a weed eater thing where it's not really a scythe, but it's kind of like a scythe. And you just like shoot, shoot, shoot. You basically just do this. It's like shoot, shoot, like almost like you're swinging a golf ball or whatever. And it's not the greatest tool in the world, but it still gets the job done, and it takes slightly longer, but whatever. It's like it literally does the same thing, especially if you get a good, like good old swing on that bad bitch, especially on a big pile of like bloop, weeds growing. You'll cut most of that shit down. I used to have a little hand-powered lawnmower where you just like roll it and the blades are attached to the wheels. So every time you roll it, it just cuts up the grass and shit. That fucker gave me blisters. Oh, same thing for, what I'm talking about, dude. That shit would give me blisters. I realized that at a certain point, wear some gloves. At least some palm-based gloves. Even if they're fingerless, at least have them palm-based. Because most of those blisters will be around here. I had a whacker like that when I was a kid, but we soon upgraded to a cord whipper. Nice. Yeah, I definitely want to get like an electric one, even if it's like battery powered, because if we could just like take the battery out and charge it, works for me. If anything, that'd be perfect. I mean, it's honestly really needed for the backyard. The front yard is not even really that bad. There's like a few like natural like plants that are kind of growing here and there, but it's mostly on the edges of the lawn, and I don't even really mind that. I kind of like it. I kind of like it being kind of a little more natural like that. Yeah, totally. Yeah, because I do not like those Bermuda Triangle like style, like or Bermuda lawns or whatever. Bermuda Triangle, what the fuck? But other people just let the dog grow wild. Oh yeah, that's what I love. Because like the fucking like Bermuda lawns, I just have never loved that. I've always hated it. I always like little natural lawns. Just like grow wild and let do something. Within reason, obviously. Suzu, what? Bermuda Triangle Yard. This winter, do not escape. Yeah, for real, dude. Once they enter, they just disappear and never come back. Damn. At least that happened with one animal, because I have its skull. And I guess 2 parts of its jaw, because its jaw was broken. It's actually, I have it sitting outside, actually, funny enough. Honestly, I want to know what animal it comes from. You know what? Want to do some skull animal, like, taxidermy study? Damn. Yeah, here, hold on. Let me grab it. I mean, it ain't going to be TOS. It'll be fine. There we go. Ooh. I think this comes from a cat, maybe, but I don't know. That's just science. You're good. Yeah, this is straight up science. I know this is a mammal. Oh, it's missing his other tooth right here. He used to have it there, but I think it popped off. So it's missing one of his canines. Is this maybe a skunk or a raccoon, maybe? Because when I found it, there was still a little bit of fur left on it, but since I've had it outside for so long, it's just straight up a skull now. You can obviously see where the spine and like the nervous system connects into the brain right there, but what type of animal is this? Oh, dude, it's got little holes right. Oh, I'm wondering what's that about? Because obviously it's all nostrils and holes, for its, shit would be right there. Eyes would be right there, and the little brain. Dude, I'm kind of wondering what animal this is. Would this be a raccoon? Or would it be like a cat? A skunk? Nah, it can't be a skunk. Well, would it? Is this... I don't think this is a possum. Well, maybe it would be. Because there's only a few animals that are about this big that would, that I could think of. I looked up cat, skunk, possum, and coon skulls. The closest match is a raccoon. Oh, so this might have been a raccoon skull? Oh, you know what? I could see it, actually. Little raccoon eyes here. So, oh, you know what? I could kind of see it. So it'd be a raccoon. Oh, dude, you can still see some of the marrow inside right here in the nostrils. That's kind of cool. Dude, biology is so fucking wild to me. Oh, this little guy had a loose tooth right here, too. Yeah, this little dude definitely had, whichever raccoon this was, like, it definitely had some dental issues. Because some of these teeth are a little fucked up a bit. But to be fair, it's probably just due to, being exposed to the elements and shit. But because I still have his lower jaw, too. I just grabbed the top part of his skull just to show it off. But I kind of figured it had to be maybe a raccoon or a cat or something like that. I just didn't quite know exactly. But hey, if the closest match is raccoon, then it's probably a raccoon. Because there's a lot of raccoons around here. So I would not be surprised if there's like a raccoon that maybe due to a disease or old age, probably passed away or something like that. And you can buy real Kunskos on Amazon for $58. So this is weirdly enough worth money. I could sell a raccoon skull like this and get some money out of it. What the fuck? What the hell? That's a little wild. Come on here. I'll put it up here. What the fuck, dude? The idea of fucking having an ability to sell that and at least get maybe like a 20 or 30 out of that or some shit is kind of funny. Maybe I could sell to Omzi, be like, hey, you want a specimen? A wild specimen for maybe like a biology, thing, in your, biology exhibit or some shit. Get like a little compensation out of it. Now, if only I could find a fucking coyote around here. Because I will straight up go like caveman on a bitch on that one. I can't necessarily use Second Amendment rights on that, so I have to find other means and alternatives to do so. Try to think. Because I remember reading up about the laws about this. And I'm pretty sure as long as it's not a poo-poo-poo, then it should be okay. I think. Maybe it has a mini for under $10, so yeah, not much money. Oh. Yeah, I don't think that one would be worth that much money. Oh. I like how you actually looked up raccoon skulls and were like, hey, how much money would this be? I like how you straight up actually looked that up. Not that I was, going to sell it anyway. I mean, there's a reason why I kept the skull, because, like, the whole body, I remember finding that, because it was actually, weirdly enough, in between, like, this, like, shrubbery that we have over here, in between me and my neighbors. And it was on the neighbor's side, right around the corner of, some of the bushes that they had on their little driveway. And it had a whole body there, basically, like at least the skull, the, skeletal structure, and whatever, and obviously that animal has been there for a long time, because by the time I saw it, it was mostly rotten to the point it was just bones. That was it. The skull still had a little bit of like fur attached to it, so I like grabbed a glove and kept that part, and just stuck it, near a corner, in my house, and just let it sit there for a while. And now it's at the point where whatever organic matter in a sense of like rotten foo-foo shit is pretty much gone. So hence why I grabbed it back, and I'm just like whatever about it, because like all that shit's pretty much long gone now. But I mean, because honestly, I was like, dude, that skull was kind of cool. So I kept that just on the virtue of it, honestly, frankly, just being cool. And maybe if I wanted to like make a walking stick, and maybe like I could, maybe add a couple like, strings or whatever, attach it on the top and add some other crazy shit to it. Because I do have a walking stick that I could customize and do that with. Do some like, additionist hiking stick shit where I'm just like, I got my hiking stick, my ritual hiking stick, dude. I should do that. I should totally have that ritualistic hiking stick, bro. And that should be on the top of it with like a couple feathers off of it or some shit, dude. I should totally do it. I think about my research sometimes. If anyone's monitoring me, they must be scratching. Dude, that's the same thing for me, bro. I'll like watch a YouTube short about some true crime shit, or like some, like weird fucked motherfucker and shit when it comes to like a true crime video. And I'll, look their name up, and usually, more often than not, they usually have a Wikipedia page or like a few articles or like a Reddit post or something about them, going extensive, beyond even the video. And I'll straight do shit like that. And sometimes it'll be over some really fucked shit. So I bet if anyone monitors my searches, they're wondering, what the fuck is this guy into? It's like, I ain't into anything. I just got morbid curiosity. Sorry, bro. The worst thing I am is just like a furry pup play degenerate fuck. That's the worst I am, okay? Like, you don't gotta worry about anything. Like, I mean, shit. I just have morbid curiosity sometimes. So I want to see how humanity, how fucked it really can be. And it can be fucked sometimes. Pretty fucked. Like, I remember back, being on like Heavy R or fucking live leak and shit, seeing some wild shit, man. Dude, I mean, back in like the mid 2000s, early 2010s, around that shit, dude, there were some websites that just had some fucking insane shit, bro. Insane shit. I'm not talking about like sexual shit either. I'm just talking about like just gore shit, you know, like cartels releasing their videos or whatever. Fucking like, you know, some random like, you know, dude in a village, you know, recording a pedophile in their village that got caught, you know, molesting like their niece or whatever the fuck, literally like being burnt at the stake at a fucking tree or whatever, like shit like that, bro. The ISIS propaganda videos of them executing people, all that shit, bro. Like, dude, there was some wild fucking shit out there. And I guess, honestly, I'm willing to guess if you were to dig deep enough, you could still find that shit. But, like, there were some straight websites that were just popular because they had that shit out there. And you had morbid curiosity, at least enough of it, you could find it pretty easily. It was honestly fucking insane, dude. Like, I mean, in a weird way, I'm kind of glad they aren't really as common as this thing and you have to really dig deep for it. Because, man, my morbid curiosity got the better of me way more often than not. And I'm glad that that face of me is kind of gone now. I had enough, especially when it came to, like, ISIS being the big thing that it was, like, at its peak. Dude, they were releasing shit left and right over the most wildest fucking ways of executing people. Like, that's when I was like, you know what? I got morbid curiosity. I get that part of myself, but you know what? I need to put a fucking line in the sand, dude. Because this is straight up going to be like, oh, hell no. I was like, I got to, like, you know, just, like, check myself before I wreck myself. Deleted by Google moderator team? Is Google moderating us? What the fuck? Holy crap, my last message removed by YouTube, lol. I saw that. I was about to read it, and then it said, message deleted. I was like, whoa, dude. Yo, Google, YouTube, we're not fucking, like, advocating anything or whatever. Like, whoa, chill. What the fuck was that, yo? I mentioned an old website, Gorish. Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. I never visited that website, but I know what you're talking about. It's not a thing anymore, but it was. I know what you're talking about. I think when I heard about it, that's when I was like in the line in the sand for me, where I was like, this is like, because it was around that time where I just weirdly, I don't know why, I just had a morbid curiosity about like, I don't know, the depravity of man, I guess. I don't know. Like, I just had a curiosity about it for a while, like in my late teens, early 20s kind of phase. And I would check some of his websites out being like, damn, some parts of the world are just fucked. Or even America too. I mean, there'll be some shit that happened here. You know, it's like, so, and that would be over there too. And sometimes it won't even be like wild shit like that. Sometimes it'll be like a very fucked up accident where you just see the results of what happened kind of shit. Like, you know, like a NASCAR ride or whatever, where it's like a fuck, you just, you know, where it's like basically the unfound footage of like some driver that got in a wreck, but you could see pretty much half his body like eviscerated in the wreck or whatever kind of shit. You know, it's like, it wouldn't always be like, you know, cartel shit or whatever the fuck. It'd be some shit like that too. Or like, you know, some accident, you know, with a semi truck getting hit by a, you know, train or something and shit explodes in a ball of fire and, you know, whatever. You know, it's just shit like that. It wouldn't always be like, you know, just humanity just utterly like being savage against each other. Sometimes it'll just be like, you know, like, oh shit, like, you know, security camera or dash cam or somewhere recording, you know, some shit, you know, just happenstance got some insane shit. I mean, even already, you'll still see it sometimes. Nowhere near as like the same levels like back in like the Wild West days of the internet, so to speak, especially during like the mid 2000s, you know, late 2000s, early 2010s era. But, you know, you can still find some of it around. Like r/combat footage, I had to like get the fuck off of that because it was kind of like a weird like it was like almost like a re-invite, like, you know, inviting myself back into that weird curiosity because, dude, there was some wild shit on that fucking subreddit that I'm just like, how does, like, because I'll read some of the comments on some of those videos too, and I'll be like, what the fuck? There are some people that just relish in it. I'm just like looking at it like, whoa. Like, there's a whole nother level of like fucked going on here beyond just like the footage I'm seeing of like, some Russian soldier getting, droned by like a tiny little drone with a grenade or something, or whatever the fuck. Shit like that. It was like one of those things where it's just like, it genuinely was like, dude, there's some people that honestly weirdly relish in this. And I'm just like, no, I just can't. Because anyone that would critique that would basically be shut down almost by most of the people in those like, subreddits, especially in r/combat footage. If you were like critiquing like, this fucked up, this war needs to end, blah, blah, blah. Like, people will downvote it, be like, fuck you, these orcs need to die, and all that type of shit. I was like, whoa. Some people just almost worship this. Like, what the fuck happened? Like, this ain't more of a curiosity more. It made me really have like a fucking reflection about like that curiosity in me. And I was like, I don't even look at the shit that goes on in Israel Palestine anymore. I haven't looked at that shit in a long fucking time because like I don't know, man. Like, there's a lot of people that just relish in it. And it's fucking disturbing. It's not just like a more curiosity of like, holy fuck, that's what we could do to each other. It's more like, oh yeah, we could do that. Nice. It's a whole different fucking perspective, and it's fucking disturbing to me. It's genuinely kind of fucking freaky. Or get heated. I mean, it goes beyond just that at this point. I mean, it's been going on for so long. I don't even really think most of the Russians that are in the fucking front lines won't even do it anymore. I mean, at this point, it's not like I don't want to get into too much, but it's like at this point, I feel like most people, including a lot of Ukrainians and Russians, they're on the front lines, just want to be done, just want to be over. But every time there's been an opportunity for peace talks, it just never happens. It always gets unlocked or just shut down or just never goes anywhere. And it's like, I mean, at this point, there needs to be something. The morale's rock bottom. I mean, even from what I've heard from like, the Ukrainian side of things, like morale's rock bottom there too. Like, I mean, morale just in general with that war is not good. Both sides don't really have a good morale about it. They're just trying to like survive the next day, basically. I mean, it literally is almost like World War I style, like trench warfare kind of shit, basically. Where like, soldiers are just like broken down into their bare essence and just, fucking depleted with morale and just like basically barely functioning, just kind of going with emotions and shit. It's fucking insane. Like, it's kind of whack how, like, weirdly enough, like, how much of World War I's, like, tactics and, combat is basically the norm now in a modern sense. It's kind of weird how we went back into, like, World War I style trench warfare, when it comes to shit like that. It's just now we got, like, little mini drones that we could drop grenades on people and shit like that or whatever, And so, and we got tanks that pretty much don't mean shit because we can use those drones to drop anti-tank fucking grenades, right on the top of the, stuff like that. So, I mean, it's like we're back at like World War I style trench warfare a little bit with like modern tech. Sounds awesome. Totally sounds great for the psyche. Regardless of which side, people come from. Because I know Russia has penal colony battalions and shit too. Because I know a lot of protesters and criminals, are in penal, battalions, fighting shit out there. And it's like, and most of the protesters were against the war, and now they're forced to fight it. It's like, I really honestly do feel for a lot of, the Russians on the ground, so to speak, because honestly, I'd argue that most of them don't even fucking want it. It's their fucking government. It's that imperialistic, expansionistic, nationalistic fervor bullshit I was talking about from, early on stream and stuff. It's like, it comes down to that. And Putin don't give a fuck. He's willing to sacrifice, plenty of proletarian Russian and Ukrainian blood for his fucking fascistic fervor. He don't give a fuck. He doesn't care how, like, the rest of the world perceives him as. He don't give a shit. And you're going to do either of these other fucking hyper-nationalistic, fascistic leaders and shit. Whether it's, Xi, Netanyahu, Putin especially, or any of these motherfuckers. They don't give a fuck. Because more often than not, they're still going to find support somewhere. Even a lot of the countries that are against them, so to speak. They'll find, right-leaning motherfuckers that, are willing to support them. Whether it's like Trump or Viktor Orban or, the fucking fascists in Italy. Like, there's a lot of motherfuckers that are a little bit more leaning towards Russia, more so than not, because they're a bunch of fucking fascist imperialists. And that's a growing fucking problem, not just in America. So it's a fucking problem, ultimately. I will never dog on that. But it's like, there needs to be a strong fucking voice for peace and a strong voice against this imperialistic, fascistic fervor. It can't just be like this status quo liberalism. It can't be that anymore. Because it's creating a lot of these problems. I mean, ultimately, why do you think Italy and like Hungary and a lot of these other countries are growing strongly far right over the recent years? I mean, it's like, why are they going that way? Because they've been fucked over this broader status quo, and they rather look to the far right instead of like, the real problems that are fucking them over. They rather, get fear-mongered and scapegoated and fucking whipped up by a fucking nationalistic, charismatic fascist that's willing to fucking whip them up into this shit that's gonna fuck them over in the long run, no matter what. And they don't even understand or realize it. I mean, it's not just in America where this is a problem, man. It's like it's global, and sometimes culturally it's a little different. In some cases, like in China, their fascist nationalism is way different compared, to like Western, fascistic, imperialism and stuff. Whether it's America or different European countries. And it's also different, in comparison to like, the Central East, when it comes to Russia, shit. Like, I mean, they all have their differences, but it all comes from the same fucking root. So peace talks involves Russia leaving. Ukraine made that clear. Well, Putin makes it clear that he ain't gonna leave unless there's some peace talks. I mean, that's kind of the fucking impasse, I guess. I mean, if I were like, to ultimately be like the middle ground motherfucker to say, nah, this style's gonna play, and you're all gonna accept it, I would say like the Donetsk and fucking Crimea and Luhansk or whatever. Let it go to Russia or whatever, and fucking leave the rest of Ukraine alone. Fuck off from that, and give and also give some basic compensation. When it comes to like some of the losses in Kiev and all these other places, shit like that, and just leave it at that. And any escalation from that will involve international effort in a sense of direct conflict. Give them an ultimatum. It's like either, give it to both of them. Like, here's the ultimatum. Accept it. If not, there's going to be direct international conflict. And, there aren't going to be if no ands buts about it. Like, maybe Ukraine would be, would definitely take it, more so than not. Be like, oh, yeah, the rest of the world backing us a little bit. Yes. But, does people want to play that game? There needs to be a fucking bluff move a little bit. There needs to be like a strongman bluff, from the international community to force the peace talks. That's what needs to happen, honestly. Force it. And if Ukraine has to make a concession or two, all right. But if it at least, ends the fucking war and forces, Russia to back down, even if they could be like, oh, yeah, we got like, this separatist shit that's been going on for like over a decade. Yeah, what cost? You lost more than you gained. So, it's like the fucking Finnish war. Like, yeah, you gained some stuff in Finland, before World War II when it came to that fucking war, the Winter War, but you lost more than you fucking gained. So, you want to take that fucking loss? At this point, take the fucking dub while you got it. Because Ukraine's invading Kursk. Like, Ukraine invaded Russia as well. Like, I mean, so there's a counteroffensive via Ukraine invading Russia too. So at this point, it's like, just fucking accept the W that as small as it is, it's not even really a W. It's really just an L. But I mean, just accept it already. Like, get the fuck over it and fuck off. Let the inheritor of your fucking regime figure it out. Because you don't got much time, fucking Putin. I mean, there's always speculation that he's fucking slowly but surely dying from cancer. That's why he's so, like, just strong-armed about this type of shit when it comes to the war and refusing to even consider this type of shit. Because I think, there's a lot of speculation that he might have leukemia. If I remember correctly, I think it's leukemia. And it's like, if that's the case, he ain't got much time left. He wants to establish his legacy. He doesn't want to be known as, like, the long-term, status quo Russian fucking president / prime minister that's done barely anything. He wants to be known as the guy that, fucking expanded the Russian Empire. And the Tsarist Russian Empire. That's what he wants to be known for. But at what cost? He's going to be known as a fucking monster even to the Russian people. That's why I honestly, pity, the Russian people. I have no respect to the Russian government, but I pity those people. I pity the people, that have to live under his regime because they're suffering so fucking bad because of the shit. And Ukrainians are too. Like, both governments are fucking their own people over because they're just wanting to prolong the war. Putin way more so. But, Zelensky sure as shit ain't really open to peace talks either. Very few times have been open about it. Both of them have been like, I don't really want to, but fine. Unless they accept my terms. Whether Zelensky or Putin saying that, then fuck it. And obviously none of them are going to, accept either side's terms. So it never ever happens. The very few times they've tried to push it, neither side wants to budge either way. And it's a fucking problem. You can't fucking end a war that, both sides have lost significantly amount of fucking shit, regardless of one side has more support than the other. Like, the losses, when it comes to Ukraine and Russia, in totality, is fucking immense. Maybe more so for Ukraine, but, Russia too. For the people especially. And that's who I, fucking feel for. Because there's been a lot of protests and a lot of resistance about this whole war. And that's why I, especially feel for the people on the ground and in the front lines, because a lot of them are penal battalions. A lot of those people were fucking protesting, got arrested, and were forced to fucking be in the military and die, as fucking cannon fodder. The Russian government openly has been doing that for a long time, since this war started. It's like, and that's why I can't really, fucking say, fuck the Russian orca. I can't, go to that. I refuse to, because, like, a lot of them were forced in this position. Maybe at the beginning of the war, that was a different circumstance, but at this point, most of them are forced into the shit, and they don't want to be there. That's why morale is so fucked. Because both sides, they don't want to be there anymore. They don't want to be doing this shit anymore. But their leaders and their governments refuse to listen to them. And eventually there's going to be, I think, a resistance about that at some point. That war is going to get to a point where I think soldiers on both sides are going to start protesting and, maybe doing a mutiny against their own governments. Wagner almost did it, and kind of, I wish that was successful, to be fucking frank with you. Not that Wagner is good. Fuck Wagner. They're a bunch of weird far-right Slavic, Hyperborea, nationalist, racist, Nazi fucking scum. Fuck them all. But, they almost fucking legit, put a whole wrench in the entire war. They could have easily just stopped a lot of shit right there. They're on the march. But no. The leader of Wagner is like, oh, well, no, I'll agree to this, compromise, and just stopped the whole fucking thing, and then he died for it. Putin killed him. And he was too fucking retarded to realize, that was going to be the ultimate fucking thing that was going to happen. He should never have, conceded. You know what? I mean, considering he's a fucking Nazi, I don't really blame the fact that he has little intelligence. He's a Nazi, a Slavic Nazi, but nonetheless, that's who he is. And he has very little IQ or intelligence or any brain cells in his brain for the most part. He's just a Neanderthalic Slavic ape. So I don't really blame the fact that he's not able to critically think about the realization that he was going to die, making that compromise. Hence why he died in that fucking plane crash. Putin made sure that fucking happened. You should have never fucking accepted that shit. But then again, these fucking fascists don't really exactly have much of a brain, to really critically think about shit like that. I'd almost say they're incapable of it. Actually, they are incapable of it. Just by the sheer intelligence of their fucking, brain capacity, they are not incapable of it. They're unable to realize, shit like that. Let's get one more little bowl loaded up. Get myself some foo-foo and all that shit. I could not wait for payday tomorrow. Got some show tickets to buy. And then pay a homie off. Then pressure a homie to fucking go to Minneapolis with me. Dude, the fact that Rip City said he might cancel just literally on the virtue of how Tyler is feeling with his fucking leg, I was like, no, that be some dog shit. I ain't allowing that. I was like, oh, hell no. Hell no. I'm pressuring Tyler's ass to fucking force his ass. Sounds like song plan. I couldn't figure that out. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I'm just like, if he doesn't want to go, then go without him. That's what I'm thinking. It's like, yo, we can have a backup by just having somebody else join us and just take the place of Tyler. I don't want to abandon him. I really don't. But if that ends up being the case, then fuck it. I'm sure we can, bring like maybe Harley or Logan or somebody else. I'm sure I could find a fucking person, take Harley. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, from my understanding, we're going to wait a little bit, see how Tyler feels. But I'm going to talk to Harley or maybe Logan specifically and maybe Ripsy, one-on-one and be like, hey, considering Tyler himself, if he does not feel like he can go, does someone want to take his place? Because I don't want Rip City to cancel, bro. I don't want him to do that. If he does, I'm going to be legitimately butthurt, and I'm not going to be happy. I just won't. I ain't going to be happy. It's like, come on, bro. It's within the time frame where he will be able to heal up at least enough. But considering we're going to be in a standing area for the show and walking around all over the place in Minneapolis, oh, man, dude. You better be well enough for that. If not, then my boy better pay for a lift or two. I'm old to do it once or twice, but I'm sure Rip might do it once or twice himself, but he might need to do it more often than not. Why do you say there's so much walking? Because we're going to have at least one day that we're probably going to just explore the city and shit. And then, during the concert, we're in the area where it's the general pit area and there's no seating there. It's an all standing thing, and we're gonna be standing during the entire show. So it's one of those things where he's gonna be standing around a lot or walking around a lot. So I can kind of get where Rip is coming from, but I'm all the pressure tied to be like, yo, just bring a couple ibuprofens and say fucking have at least a couple drinks at the show or something like that. Because that will literally numb everything. Even though it's a one-time thing, your liver ain't going to be permanently damaged, okay? Just do it once. You'll be fine. You're not playing Minneapolis. You know that, right? Then where the fuck are... I'm just following my friend Rip City, okay? I mean, I know we're going to Minneapolis. St. Paul? Well, isn't that right next to Minneapolis, basically? I don't even know. Okay, like, I'm just following my friend Rip City, so whatever we're going, that's where we're going. Isn't St. Paul, like, right, basically, like, the equivalent of, like, you know, Fort Worth for Dallas, you know, but for Minneapolis? I mean, I have no idea. I mean, like, honestly, I mean, I'm just going for the experience. I ain't researching this shit. I'm going with the flow. Yeah, but you can't walk it. Fuck. Oh boy. Well, he better be fucking good enough for it. I'll say that much, because I am not letting Rip cancel that. I put fucking money down on that shit. If he cancels it, I'm gonna tell him, it's like, well, the money I put down for that is paying you off instead. I'm gonna straight up let him know. It's like, if you're canceling that shit, then the money I put down for all that shit, including paying you off and everything, that's going to just paying you off instead. If you're gonna do that, I mean, I'm gonna talk to him directly about that. Like, hey, if this ultimately is how you feel about it, when it comes to, you know, all that shit, let me know about that. Because, like, I mean, I really want to go to that shit, and I'm willing to, like, you know, pay off, you know, on the side about that type of shit. But you got to, like, fucking, you know, let me know how that works out with all this shit. Because I put money for the flight and the ticket to the show and all sorts of shit, you know, so it's like, I don't want to, like, you know, have, you know, myself fucked a little bit about that, because I also have to pay him off too, which I feel bad. It's been so long that, you know, about all that. So it's like, if you could rent a car, you'd be fine. Well, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to be. I really honestly don't. I'm just going to see how it goes and just go with the flow. I mean, that's really how I'm going to be with it. I think, you know, all the ultimate details are going to be, you know, made, you know, like in a week or two. Because, like, a week before we leave, you know, that's when Stefan's going to, like, let Tyler know, like, give us the ultimatum. How do you feel? They have light rail between them, too. I think Rip City is counting, you know, on that as well. And I think he's going to, you know, want to use that, too. In fact, if I wouldn't be surprised if our hotel's, you know, on next to the light rail, and he's just gonna, you know, let us, you know, be near the airport and near the light rail and be able to, like, go either way to the airport to into either downtown. I think, you know, that's what Rip City is thinking. We could take the light rail, go to either Minneapolis or St. Paul. You know, for St. Paul for the show, Minneapolis for checking it out, shit like that. You can also take a light rail to the Mall of America. The Mall of America? Oh, shit. You know, I've always wanted to go to Mall of America. I might make my own adventure out there, to be honest. I've always wanted to go check it out, at least once. I know, you know, might need to take multiple visits to really explore all of it. But it'd be kind of cool to check it out. Totally not mad that the light rail didn't exist before I moved away from there. Totally not mad. Damn, we're going to take advantage of the shit you never had. Damn. Now I feel bad about that. I was born in St. Paul, lol. Oh, shit. Well, hey. I guess I'll let you know how it is, today versus back in. I'm sure it's still pretty fun and stuff. That's why I'm excited to go, because I'm sure it's going to be pretty cool and fun. Oh, yeah, it is. I've been back a ton of times since I left. Oh, yeah. I know we're going to at least have one day that we're just going to be hanging out, in probably either or of the cities. Just not the winters. I bet, yeah, the winters are pretty little fucked. I'm wondering, I'm going to probably bring this jacket, not for the show, but maybe just in general when I'm walking around. Should I bring my other leather jacket just in case? Because I definitely want to keep, my luggage limited. But I definitely want the layers. Oh, you know what? This is a trick. If you want more clothes, especially when it comes to layers, wear as many layers as possible that you can, comfortably deal with, for the flight. And then fucking, you can stuff whatever else in your bag and shit. And you can actually have a little bit more luggage that way. I might just do that. Wear this and wear a leather jacket over that. TSA will be a little bit more of a bitch, when it comes to that. But you know what? Fuck it. Mid-October could be a bit chilly. So I'm thinking I want to wear this for sure. But my leather, because of my shows, I might do that too. Fucking, you'll be fine. Yeah. Yeah. I think you're right. Yeah, I should do that. Because I can just wear multiple layers anyway. And Portland TSA is very chill. It's more about the Minneapolis, TSA, St. Paul, Minneapolis, airport and shit. That's the one thing, because I've never been over there, so I don't know how their TSA is like. But I'm sure they'll probably be chill too. I know it's going to be like early in the morning too. For both times. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh fuck, dude. I just realized that. Fuck. I hate flying early. I know, dude. I'd rather fly like the mid-afternoon or late evening. The only reason why is because I just hate mornings. It's my tired day. Yeah, because you have to wake up early. And then by the time you arrive and settle down at the spot you arrive at, it's most likely, more often not, just midday or late evening. So you're just like, ugh, you're just all groggy and shit. And by the time you wake up next day, it's probably like mid-afternoon or something. It's fucked. So I definitely get that for sure. You start the day off tired. Yeah. That's how it was with Seattle, because I had to wake up early as fuck. And I kind of took a little nap, on the Amtrak. And then, I was hanging out in Seattle, had a fucking show. And then I power napped, squatting in a bum fuck ass bullshit fucking hotel. That was stupid as shit. And then fucking power nap for Amtrak. And then slept most of the day Tuesday. Fucking had an all-nighter basically with the homies at Selwood. Which I found out that little rock tower that I had, set up, a couple weeks ago. Someone knocked it all down because they're a piece of shit. So, that's great. But, that's why today I've been legit feeling fucked, honestly. It's ugh. I'm kind of recovering from a little minor cold, and then this rain showed up and exacerbated that bullshit on top of me, not really having much. Ugh. Damn, dude. I know, dude. I've been powering through with it. There's legit sleep deprivation going on. Got a little CrossFit for sure, but most of it's just sleep deprivation at this point. So, you know what? I'm for sure having this last little bowl right here and going good. So I can at least get some foo-foo and just crash like an almighty fucking prime orangutan ape, just like. We're almost at the 420 mark anyway, so I might as well at least, power through for that. Yeah, go 8. Well, I'm going to wait a little bit. I've got like 3 minutes until the 420 mark. You can power through just a little longer. Plus have little remnants of a Cliff Bar. A white chocolate macadamia nut. One of my favorite flavors, bro. One of my other favorite flavors? Where is it? It's like coconut, mint chocolate, or some shit. Where the fuck it go? I think it was over here, but I don't know. Bro. Did I move it over here or something? How did I just lose that? What the fuck? Weird. Oh, you know what? I bet I probably moved in the kitchen or something. This is macadamia nut Cliff Bar right here, though. Just fire as fuck. Oh, dude. It's some yum shit right there, dude. I just hate that Cliff Bars are kind of spendy. But, dude, they're so rich in just amazingness and deliciousness that I can't even really fucking, fret against it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just can't even argue about it. Because sometimes I'll, eat those bad boys, but I can only finish, half of it. And then I have to wait, a while and just eat the rest of the other half later. Because it's so rich in, just amazingness, like protein, carbs, fucking all that good shit. It's like, fuck. Do I know I have that fucking wrapper for that other macadamia nut fucking thing. Where'd it go? No, it's in my garbage bin. Where'd it go? I want to show, because I want to see if I can find, some proteins and all the ingredients on that bad bitch. Where is it? I'm not going to dig that deep if it's that hard to find, but whatever. Oh, here we go. I found it. Yeah, here we go. What we got? What we got on this bad bitch? 260 calories per serving. Nice. Total fats, 7 grams or 10%. Huge though. I know. Dude, these Cliff Bars are so amazing, bro. Total carbs, 42 grams. Dietary fiber, 5 grams. Protein, 9 grams. Total sugars, 17 grams. Sodium, 230 milligrams. That ain't actually as much as I thought. It's milligrams, not grams. And then you got, what else? Calcium, 44 milligrams. Iron, 2 milligrams. Potassium, 288 milligrams. Vitamin E, 15%. I guess we don't know the percentage. Phosphorus. Nice. 50%. And magnesium, 10%. Ingredients: organic rolled oats, organic brown rice syrup, organic roasted soybeans. Is this woke? Soy, rice crisps, soy protein isolate, rice flour, barley malt extract, organic tapioca syrup, organic cane syrup, macadamia nuts, chicory fiber, organic soy flour, sunflower and or soybean oil, organic cane sugar. Wait, what's the difference between organic cane sugar and cane sugar? Those are literally right next to each other. What the fuck? Soy boy. I know, soy boy. I'm a little soy boy because I love my little macadamia nuts. They got natural flavors: salt, cocoa butter, soy flour, more soy. Mix tocopherols, antioxidant, soy lectin. And that's about it. Literally nothing. I know. I know, right? Dude, I mean, honestly, though, I mean, that's just for the, what is it? The white chocolate macadamia nut. That's just for this flavor, dude. That's just for this particular flavor. And this is fire as fuck. If you ever find a Cliff Bar, you know, it's a little spendy. I will admit that. But, dude, like you were saying, dude, that's like almost a meal. Dude, like, half of that, I'm good. And I'll just save the rest of the half for, like, later. Dude, I love those things. They're so good. They're almost like, you know, a snack ready to eat. Instead of like an MRE, they're an SRE, a snack ready to eat. And it's like a full hearty little snack too. It's like natural versus lab-grown diamonds. Organic sugar is the same as regular sugar. That's what I figured. I just kind of find it funny that organic cane sugar and then just cane sugar is right next to each other in the ingredients. Tiger bars taste like sawdust. Oh, I never had a Tiger bar, but if they taste like sawdust, oh, no. Oh, hell no. Hell no. The Cliff Bars, yeah, they're fire. They left the mission organic, gain chance to get. Oh, yeah, of course. We're organically USA approved. Even though that's so unfortunately, sadly, kind of a ploy a little bit. There's a lot of like companies that say they're organic, but they kind of really skim is actually organic. The mold, at least, you know, say maybe Cliff Bars, you know, are okay. Wait, hold on. Who owns them? We'll see on here somewhere. Who owns them? Mondelez International Corp. Copyright Mondelez International Group. It says right there. So they're owned by a motherfucker. I guess we'll find out. The little extra deets on that. It's like, who's this Mondelez International Group? Love to mention. Yeah, I read that, but yeah. I'm willing to bet that there's probably like questionable things. Mondelez is huge. A ton of snacks come from them. They're like Unilever or Nestle. That already makes me lose hope and lose faith. Oh no. They're huge. Oof. Yikes. Unfortunately. Oof. Damn. Fuck. There's the man. It's nothing sacred anymore. Can't we just? It's nothing sacred. God damn it. No. Dios mío. Dios mío. Madre hermanos. Dios mío. 36 billion in revenue last year. 36 billion? Can we have like antitrust laws back, please? Obey, consume. Dude, I was watching They Live like a week ago. Dude, that movie's so good. I love how the longest fight in cinema is in that movie. And also, I found out there's a main reason why that it was done that way. Funny enough, there's a social commentary as to why that fight scene is as long as it is. Because it's meant to be a commentary of somebody who, the bank scene, no, not the bank scene. When like that union shop steward, you know, the black guy, you know, he was, you know, like, hey, here's the 1 week's check. Here you go. You know, don't ever come back kind of shit. You know, when he was in the alleyway and, you know, Roddy Piper was like, fucking put these on. It's like, you're fucking crazy. Nah, hell no. And they had like a 7-minute fight. There's commentary as to why, that happened. Because the whole point as to why that lasted as long as it did is because he has somebody who, is struggling just like, Roddy Piper is, but, it's a little bit more, up, in comparison. Shop steward, because like I remember at the beginning of the movie, when Roddy Piper, got introduced to him, he was at a construction site. He's like, hey, I'm looking for a job. And, the main, guy there was like, well, this is a union job. You need to talk to shop steward. It's like, well, where is he? And that was who he was. I'm assuming he was a shop steward. I mean, that's what I assume. And he got a job with them, and, they end up, bonding a little bit. But because of his bank scene, that was before, they had their big fight. Like he thought like he was just a fucking psycho shooter, basically, just a nut job. But once they had the long fight, and the main reason why is because he was stubborn and didn't want to just be like, is there something to what he's saying? Did he have a real reason? Like, instead of listening, like, he wanted to just be opposite and be like, nah, fuck you, you're crazy. And it's like, put these fucking on. And, he got punched, and it's like, you really want to fucking go? And just had a whole fight. Eventually knocked him out to the point, because Roddy Piper is, he's a wrestler and big name WWE. Like, he knew how to fight. Oh my God, that fight is so fucking awesome. But like, eventually knocked him out to the point. It's like, all right, put him on. Look, they're everywhere. See, look at it. Look at him. Just like fucking going growling. He was almost like growling almost, with Roddy Piper, dude. He was straight almost growling, like, look at him. And then you have those fucking aliens staring and be like, what's going on over there? And then you fucking walk away from the alley and shit. It's like, I mean, he realized like, oh, fuck. He's right. After a long fight of like, just fucking listen to me kind of shit, eventually was forced and is like, look, see what I'm saying? And realize, oh shit, he actually is right. I mean, dude, I love that scene. Dude, They Live is such a good fucking movie, and honestly, genuinely more prominent than ever, dude. Such a good fucking film. I might honestly watch it again tonight, to be honest. Like, it is a good fucking movie. Like, I mean, I kind of forgot a lot of bit, of the shit, from that film for a while, up until I watched it not that long ago, and I was like, like, there's a lot more that I thought, when it came to that film, when it came to that type of shit, because it also kind of commentated about like people being, willing to accept the status quo. Like at the very end of the film with that lady who was like, that he, with Roddy Piper, went into her house and shit, and he left the glasses there when he tried to escape and shit. So she realized what was going on, but wanted that. She accepted the status quo. Like, and that's a commentary and a criticism of a whole different element of commentary of how a lot of people view that. It's like, I mean, there's a lot of commentary with that fucking film that I realized I was like, oh shit. It's like, whoa. This is John Carpenter back in the fucking day. It's like, I mean, he was seeing this type of shit, well before I think a lot of fucking people were realizing this type of shit. Because, I mean, that film is like probably generally the most poignant, like, right in your fucking face. Like, this is really what it is. Like, this is what the fuck it is, open your fucking eyes kind of fucking film. Like, it really kind of is a little bit. Like, I think John Carpenter was really fucking trying to, like, say something genuinely, like, to the people culturally with that. It's honestly so sad that you have, like, weird Nazi types and shit like that and a few other weird right-wing types that think it's, commenting on them. When it's like, no, that's just critiquing you, you motherfucker. Like, it's against your ass. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what? I mean, it's kind of wild of how some people, like, interpret that film. But it's, but nonetheless, I think it really, truly, speaks to a lot of the plight that, especially these days, I think a lot of people truly feel. Visionary? Oh, absolutely. I mean, Carpenter's still around, so, I mean, I'm pretty sure he kind of looks back, with that film being realized, like, especially if, like, I was just mentioning, like, I kind of wish that more people realized what I was trying to say a little bit, because, like, it's probably more true to that than ever. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think I might honestly just watch that movie again tonight because it is really just such a fucking good film. Especially with like a lot of different like action scenes in that fight scene. There's just like a lot of cool fun moments in that film, but nonetheless, mixed in with all that strong fucking good commentary and shit. It's almost like a movie version of like a punk album almost or some shit. Hyper rebellious, countercultural, and an ultimate fucking critique of society basically as a countercultural kind of film, but was able to be successful enough to be palatable for people basically, especially these days. I mean, I think that's why more often than not, I mean, at least in my experience, a lot of people my age tend to be more into like punk, grunge, metal, stuff like that, more often than not because of that countercultural kind of thing. And you watch it too. Yeah, I know if you got YouTube Premium, with like the YouTube movies thing, you can have like free movies. And I know They Live is a free film that you can watch. That's how I was watching it not that long ago. I'm pretty sure it's still free on YouTube right now, so I'll probably just watch it again there. Some randos broke a web server. Some randos broke a web server. Damn. Well, hey, it's something, right? What I found out too is that there's a couple channels that straight up have been uploading like Family Guy, American Dad, and King of the Hill, like 9-hour compilations of like episodes consecutively. And the cruelest thing is about it, they don't even do like the zoom in or cuts or audio changes. They just leave it raw. And weirdly enough, it's just still up there. So every now and then I've been watching that shit sometimes. Like when I was squatting in a hotel like lobby in the middle of fucking Seattle, like that's what I was listening to in the background. I was power napping, charging my phone. So, I mean, there's some people out in the Wild West, uploading some shit on YouTube that's just like, hey, fuck yeah. That's kind of like a legit hookup. Because I love me some King of the Hill. Or some like Beavis and Butthead or like some Family Guy and shit like that. So having like, good 5 to 9 hour compilation and some shit like that. Oh yeah, there's like, I think streams on YouTube that are like that too. Or at least there were, but I think a lot of them have switched, to just uploading like 9+ hour compilations and shit. Maybe making them like a premiere, so you can see it live as it's uploaded, but just kind of leave it as like a full upload instead of like a live stream. Been watching a lot of Beavis and Butthead. I haven't watched a lot of Beavis and Butthead lately, but I want to watch some of the new seasons. I've been meaning to watch like the reboot of Beavis and Butthead lately. I wonder if there's available on YouTube. Yeah, if YouTube bots don't find out. Yep. I mean, I'm only saying that, without naming the channels because I don't want to fuck the channels over. But if you just like, look up like King of the Hill full episodes, I guarantee you're going to find them. Just don't fuck them. Let them be like the fucking pirates that they are, okay? Let them sail the 7 seas and leave them alone. Just enjoy what they're putting out before YouTube fucks them. Cornholio makes a return. Yes! I need TP for my bungle. I was gonna try to do some gargoyle shit with that. I just couldn't help but like fucking burst into laughter. But Oh man. Okay, maybe maybe I won't watch the live. Maybe I'll watch the Beavis and Butthead. I guarantee you that shit's on YouTube. Actually, I'm pretty sure I got recommended some of that not that long ago, so I'm pretty sure it is. Okay, I'm definitely doing it because fuck. I just wish just like the reboots. I don't think those are going to be available, but I could probably watch some of the older episodes. The Got Abducted by Aliens 2. That's my favorite one so far. Oh, dude, hell yeah. I got to find out where I can find the newer seasons, but I'm sure I can easily find them. But still, that just sounds amazing. Apparently, they also, I think, have like another, movie too. They're on YouTube. Oh, hell yeah. Well, I know what I'm watching tonight. Ooh. Well, that right there is a good. Right, I tell you what. That right there was. Damn. Well, if anything, I think that's officially the last little toke right there. Well, about right show, kids. Yep, pretty much. I think right there was a good wrap up to it. Oh, nice. But you know what? Hey, we paid him out, get some little coffee for a little lunch break, and a little. Oh, dude. I might do my first mukbang in a long time, too. Because I've been kind of craving a sandwich. I'm not even going to spoil what it is. I'm just saying that. I'll just leave it at that. Because, dude, it'll be fire as fuck. Same couple links. I do remember those. I'll at least check those out real quick before I binge on, some Beavis Butthead. But anyway, enjoy the last big guilt and all that fun stuff, and peace out.